So today, the president of the University of Liberia uh, uh, released the names of academic fraudsters who were involved in the Dorcopus incidents. Uh, uh, I think it's a good signal that she has begun the process of purging the University of Academic Fraudsters, uh, most of whom are either member of the faculty or member of the staff. And but interestingly, uh, the Secretary General of the Faculty Association, uh, the fellow who I myself kicked out of business college for purporting to be an environmental economist when he he had no degree appertaining to the field. I kicked him out of business college, and he found his way in another department, fishery. I don't know what he's teaching there. He came out to denounce the president of the university action. No sound person, no sound person in his rightful state of mind will ever frown on an action against academic malfeasance unless such a person is also a member of the syndicate that commit academic crimes. Unless such a person is part of the syndicate that commit academic crime. So to see a Secretary General of the Faculty Association, you know, asking those faculty that were involved to go to court, I mean, it just speaks volume of the nature of the university we have. Like I said, and I often say, the fraud at the university is predominantly carried out by faculty members. And that is why you see, I denounced my membership of offer. I recused myself from that entire organization because it is headed by people who support academic crimes. How can anyone in their right frame of mind, speak negatively of an action that were convincingly investigated and concluded, and people that were culpable were terminated, and then you say offer will respond, but the people must go to court, blah blah blah. What is such nonsense? What is such nonsense? And this is the man who had the faculty association as the Secretary General. A man who himself I kicked out of business college. I kicked him out of business college because he was teaching environmental economics when he never had any degree in economics, apart from his first degree. You know, the university is a disgrace. And it is sad because I am part of the teaching faculty there. But the place is embarrassing. It had to be an American lady who flew thousands of miles away from our country to come to Liberia to clean up our university when we have been speaking against these malfeasance behavior. It's so sad, you know. But let me commend Professor Myean for the bold and decisive action And I can assure her that she has the overwhelming support, not by the syndicates, but by the generality of the faculty who want to see that university transformed. You can't be running a university where fraud becomes an inherent and integral part of the system, and then when actions are taken against fraudsters, then you, under the canopy of a pseudo organization, decide to say the people must go to court. They were wrongly treated. What is that? What is that? It's so pathetic, you know. And there was the same idiot that went on Spoon Network to talk all sort of rubbish of how the president is riding $100,000 car, but the university doesn't have fitting sanitary environment. There's the same idiot, though, the same idiot who criticized the president of the republic. Now he's now defending academic crimes by those who committed the crimes. You know, all I can say is I weep for the future of this country. You know, I weep for the future of this country. I really weep for the future of this country. In this age and dispensation, you have people. As a matter of fact, if you go deeper, over 300 people that graduated this graduation fraudulently graduated fraudulently. We have the data. And these are the people who enter the public sector, the likes of Doc Cooper, and occupy spaces that they have no knowledge about. People who are legitimate degree earners are denied opportunities, and the fake ones are the ones surviving on their political proximity. It's so sad, you know. If I were Doc Cooper, I would do the honorable thing to resign. You don't have to allow President Boka to act. You don't have to. And not everything the president will see and take a decisive action. But you should have common sense. You should resign. You should resign from that job. You can't be a commerce inspector with a disgrace and embarrassed situation surrounding you, and then you say the president must act before you can move. It's so sad, you know. This country. I just weep for the future of this country. I weep for the future of our children. You know? It's so sad. It's so sad, you know. But Professor Mapaya did the right thing. She consulted well. She did the right thing. You know? She did the right thing, and we all must rally around her efforts. We must rally around that decision she took to get these people out. It's just the beginning. It is just the beginning. More development will unfold in the coming weeks. More development will unfold. I see my girl Nelly talking about Nelly, my friend. You expect me to?
Is that good, man?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so welcome.
Welcome, young man. How's Monrovia? How's the capital city of the Republic of Liberia?
Liberia is doing good for my end here in Pinzille from the Renaissance Communication Incorporated in Dupodo, Pinzille.
Excellent. Give us an understanding of the atmosphere in Liberia this afternoon, not from the elitist point of view, not from the big shots, but what are the things that are troubling the local people, the regular folks, when you were coming to work, those you were passing by? What are some of the obstacles? What are some of the good things that are happening for the local folks?
Okay, so for the local people, we've been having interview with them, and for the past time, the local people are crying on what we call the economic growth, and from what we have seen, the Ministry of Commerce is not working properly to see our best to help the market women in terms of bringing in goods and some products for them to sell dry goods. So they are going to Fula people and going to other big business people to get goods from them to sell and see how best they can send their children to school. And also the West African senior student wax is about to kick off. Like last week was the ninth grader, third grader, and sixth graders. They wrote their WAEC, and this week and next week will be the kicking off of the 12th grader, which is the WAS, and they are going to start from the 15th of this month to June 10th of next month. So the WAEC boss Daboto is calling on the students and parents not to pay anything like flexibility fees, and also what we call the sleeping on camp or camping with students, like school going to camp. So these are issues that we are seeing from the local team for the local people within our country. So for the flexibility fees, some parents are requesting why they should pay flexibility fees, because you are paying flexibility fees for what reason, for what exactly. So in common sense, people refer to the flexibility fees as a fee that just in case they want to help students with insult, that's why they are collecting the flexibility fees.
To tell
So
you the
some
truth.
schools are charging 20, some
And there
schools
are
are
specific
charging.
reasons why I didn't sign his degree.
So
Probably
so
somebody else might have signed his degree now, but I didn't
that
attach
can
my
you please
signature to that degree
that
because tomorrow, when the roll call is being done, Dr. Lester Tenney will not be part of the matrix that facilitated certain type of things in the University of Liberia. But relative to his entry, he did enter the university properly. He did enter the university properly. And so this is just a short podcast commending the president of the University
Okay,
of Liberia
Dr.
for her decisive action. I
Dr.
think it is
Kenny,
a step in the
you might
right
want two
direction.
time.
And I frown on the statement in Offa's chat room by
He's he's logged on two time, Doc.
huh?
You gotta cut your other device. I think you on two devices.
Real computer thing. I don't know. How do I do that one? Let me go back.
No, he's okay. He's okay. We were playing one of his videos.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. That's
Yes,
why I
yeah,
was.
we had Q one of his videos,
Okay.
so he can come. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
This is the one that was playing.
Okay, Professor, you can come back on. He hearing us.
Maya, you can bring him back on. Well, Honorable Peabody, you are here.
And screw your program up.
There you go. You are
Is
back.
my problem again?
No, you are all right.
No, it's not your problem. It was my problem.
You are all right. Dr. Peabody, take it from there.
No, you're moderating. I just let me know where we at, and then I'll flow with you.
Great.
Huh?
Great. Awesome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tuesday edition of the closing argument. As usual, we say this is where you need to come if you have an argument, a legit one. This is where you come to meet the press, where we ask the hard questions, where folks who have been wanting to ask questions that don't know how to ask them questions, this is where we come. And with us today, we have our special guest, one of Liberia's favorite, Dr. Tierney. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I'm from Grand Bassa County, so usually our Bassa gets in the way. But yes, to help me, Aya, how do you pronounce your full name?
Oh, Lester Somatic Tenny.
Tenny, okay, Tenny. Thank you very much. And with me also to co-host will be Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, how you doing? Welcome.
Honorable Gilman, good to see you, and good to see you, Professor Lester. What other the middle name you just pronounced?
Somatic.
Comatic?
Somatic.
Lester Slomatic. Dr. Lester Slomatic Tenny. Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah, welcome, my brother.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome. I mean, this is great. The worst thing you can do is to mispronounce somebody's name. And you want to do all you can to make sure that you come as close as you can. So, Dr. Tenny, welcome to the show. We have a lot to talk about. I've heard a lot about you, a lot of great stuff, listened to a lot of your films, a lot of your podcasts, and we are going to be discussing some of those issues and some new things, and obviously current event in the country. I know you have a lot of say-so on what's happening to the economy, to our healthcare, our education, our social structure, governance, and overall your pet peeve, which is academic fraud or the academic stability of our country. Because people like us who came up during the old days, for some reason we believe that our education standard is way advanced, better than today. But then it is very difficult for us to convince the young folks because they have no clue what we went through. And they think that their generation has the best that education has to offer. So, Dr. Peabody, your take, and then let's go to the doctor here.
Yeah, I've been following Professor Tenny on his podcast and on a range of issues in our country. He has been able to address the good and the bad, the failure of past administration in addressing basic thing, and what he thinks of what is happening now in this new government, all of that. So I'm looking forward to having a rich conversation with him tonight. So welcome again, Honorable Tenny.
Great. Dr. Tenny, for those of us, those who don't know you, who never met you in person, could you introduce yourself? Who is Dr. Tenny? If my daughter were to ask me, my twin girls, they were to ask me today from the University of Florida and say, who is Dr. Tenny? What do I say to them? Who are you?
Well, I was born on Broad Street, 1973, in Monrovia. Attended the Cathedral Catholic High School, where I graduated. Was the first admitted candidate for a student at the university post-war. We entered the university under the stewardship of Dr. Patrick Sayon, the late Dr. Patrick Sayon. Some of my classmates were Samuel Tued, Burma Tamara, what is that? Unsanctioned.
McGill?
Nathaniel McGill, Bill Twali, that whole 9 years. We entered 94, 96. I had the ambition of actually going to science college.
The network is terrible.
Are you getting me?
No, it looks like either someone is calling you or your network is bad.
No, nobody calling me.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now.
So, okay, let me just switch. Okay, so I was in science college, and we had this visiting professor from the States, the late Dr. Alfred Amma. And I decided to take advantage of his presence to do a particular course, Chemistry 407. I still remember the course, Chemistry 407. It is organic synthesis. And the first day the professor came. It was a vacation school actually, and he shook his head, and said that all that we were doing could not be equated to an AA degree in the States. And let me remind you that during those days in science college, we were using coal pot for heat. Everything was down. and after Dr. Alfred, Dr. Armand's comment, I left the class and never went back there. When the semester resumed, I went and changed my college from science college to business college. And I continued from there until early 2000 when we had problem with Charles Taylor. I was part of the student leadership that I had already completed my honor graduate. Suspended and subsequently expelled. So we fled into exile. We stayed on Bundubura refugee camp, where we endured some of the harshest conditions any human being can endure. Fortunately for me, I was able to leave through Amnesty International, went further to South Africa, and I was able to work with the South African government as transformation manager on a project, regional electricity distribution. I worked with the South African government for I think 7 or 8 years. Then I continued doing my work. I continued my schooling. I attended the University of Liverpool, where I did petroleum economics as a master's degree. And then I returned to Liberia 2010 upon the invitation of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. We had some discussion. Her impression was she wanted me to take over a place called LIMPAC, Liberia Macroeconomic Policy Analysis Committee. But things didn't work out. Then I was recruited under the Senior Executive Service Program, the SES. I was assigned as strategic management specialist at the Ministry of Public Works, and my role was basically to reform human resource, the way public works were doing things, the system to reform, rebrand the ministry. Then I joined the university faculty 2011 as an adjunct in a graduate school. Then 2013, we were called by the president of the university at that time, Dr. Dennis, that the World Bank has sponsored some capacity building program for the graduate school for people to do PhD. And I was one of 10 candidates that were sent to OAU in Nigeria, where I did my 4-year PhD in economics. I returned 2017, continued my activity politically, and then 2018 there was a new government. 2018 September, I got appointed as the vice president for technical services at the National Oil Company of Liberia. I worked there 2018 September. 2019 I resigned 2020 because of the toxic nature of the governance at that time. I joined the university as a full-time faculty, promoted to the level of Dean of Business College, the biggest college. And as a Dean, I was managing 4 departments: Department of Economics, Public Administration, Accounting, and Management. So usually when you enter a new environment, you want to know who your faculty members are. So I decided to go through my faculty profile, and strangely, I detected some very uncomfortable situation. First, I reviewed the file of the economics department because I am an economist, so I will be drawn to look at who are those teaching economics. And unfortunately, I found out that 80% of those teaching economics did not have economic degree. 80%. They have some kind of degree called EPM, Economic Policy Management, which is a World Bank capacity building course for middle level public servants, and it is clearly written that it is not for academic purpose because it is not mainstream economics. So I elevated the discussion with the president of the university, and I told the president that we cannot run the economics department wherein 80% of the faculty were non-economists. They had a Master of Arts degree, but not in economics. It was in that and the EPM or MEP, whatever they call it. And then the president jokingly said, "Okay, then find university for these people." So I wrote 3 universities in Nigeria: University of Lagos, UNILAG. I wrote Amalu Bello in the north. I wrote University of Ibadan, actually 4, and Ife, where I came from. And graciously, they accepted to train my faculty and requested their papers. I mean, when I sent those universities the EPM, I mean, the responses I received from all of the university were shocking. Dr. Tini, what is this paper? What is this degree? What, the kind of embarrassing question that came. And then I actually carried the information to the president, the responses. And I told him that we have to either take a radical decision to shut down the economics department or look externally to recruit real economists and send these people back to do a master's degree economics, because the paper they have, first, is not even peculiar to teach. 2, is not an economic degree. Then I also discovered that there were some faculty members who have very beautiful papers printed in very clear print, but their degree could not be confirmed. For those ones, I didn't have discussion with the president. I kicked them out. I told them that not under my watch, they will teach our students anything in business college with those kind of papers they brought. Fortunately for me, they quietly left. They quietly left because, of course, they could not get into any confrontation with me because of me escalating the discussion. So they quietly left. And then I made a podcast rejecting Nathaniel McGill from contesting the senatorial seat for Magibi. My problem started from there. The president of Nigeria.
What was your contention?
Because my argument was Nathaniel was not suitable because he had recently been put on a U.S. sanction. And the condition for the sanction was people should not do business with a sanctioned individual. So because I also live in Magibi, I discussed it with the chairman of the party at that time, Molu, that it was very unhealthy for McGill to be senator for Magibi. And Molu was very frank. Molu said he didn't want to get into any issue with the standard bearer at that time, with the president at that time. So I said, okay, then I will take the bull by the horn. So I flagged and escalated the issue. And then the Ministry of State, through Blamo Wise at that time, called the leadership of OFA, the University of Liberia Faculty Association, to resist my presence. And of course, I had a discussion with a faculty member who was involved in very uncomfortable situation with a student. And I told that faculty member that I have zero tolerance to fraud, and I will not relent to expel anybody from my college who are involved in fraudulent activity. Unfortunately, that conversation was recorded by the individual, the teacher, the lecturer. and it was used as a springboard by the faculty association to resist on ground that I was insulting faculty members and calling them fraudsters. They both set up a committee and they both said, but we listened to the conversation. Dr. Tenney said he has zero tolerance to anyone that will involve themselves in fraud. The individual he is having a conversation with, if he's not involved in fraud, why would he panic? So they were on their up and down. Senator Batikwa, who was member of the board, called me and said, Dr. Tenney, I will want you to relax your case until after the election because we know your capacity to also stir up commotion on campus. We don't want that. We don't want anything to influence the election, and then people will start to blame you. So I said, okay, that's fine. So I relaxed my pursuit and allowed the faculty association to have their day, knowing very well that there will also come a day for me. So fast forward, George Weah lost the election. Walker became president. I reviewed the whole situation. I resigned as the dean and maintain my because I am a full professor and maintain my I'm a tenure professor, so I maintain my position as a tenure and resign the administrative position as a dean. And yeah, and I then resigned from the party because I felt the party was incompatible to my ideology. The CDC now, and then last week, the new president of the university appointed me as a consultant for 4 weeks to be the new head of the era that those four people were terminated from Office of Enrollment Services (OES). So I have a 4 week consultancy as the acting head of OES with a term of reference to clean up the place. So I intend cleaning up that place. I intend cleaning up that place because that is the heartbeat of the university. It will set the stage for further examination of other systems and processes.
Great.
So basically, that's me.
Great. Do you in all fairness to you and the university, you are uh, perceived as the anti-corruption guy who we call spade a spade. Is that true?
In the first place, it is so embarrassing for any one of us to discuss corruption at an academic institution. It is so so confusing. Why would anyone ever commit academic crimes at the nation's flagship university? So for me, I find it very uncomfortable when I discuss the issue of corruption and academic fraud because that is not the environment that we should contaminate. The university is a place where knowledge is cross-examined, cross-pollinated, synthesized, and decisions for nation building are made. To contaminate, to pollute that environment is the very first step to nation death. So I believe that in this age of technology, one should not be discussing about academic fraud at any higher institution of learning because it is a national security threat to the development of this country. The 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 the, 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 the very existence of this country is at risk if we continue to allow people who should not be at the university to continue to maneuver the system, manipulate the system for their own personal ego. It is so unfair to this country, to the people of this country, to the Liberians.
Great.
So yes, I believe that I have a record. I have a record where I'm not a perfect person, but I'm a very principled person. I I don't know how to whitewash a situation that I know and I'm convinced that it doesn't make sense. I always call a spade, and I believe that is because I'm a man of integrity. I believe in in upholding system and processes. Yes, I am the right person.
Great. Now, we have a podcast, one of your tips here that we're going to play. They're going to cue it. But you just mentioned to us here that you are not a perfect person. Could you tell us some of your imperfections?
Well, I am a human, and by default, all humans have their own weaknesses, right? But there is no weakness when it comes to speaking the truth.
Yeah, but what is that? What is your weakness that would be considered imperfection? As you
Well,
said?
my weakness is on the social front. My weakness is on the social front. You know,
Okay.
it's on the social front.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm a socialite, right? I believe in good time. I believe in enjoying life. I'm an Epicurean, right? And sometimes I indulge or overindulge in the luxuries of life. You know, I love good time.
Okay, now let's talk about the indulgence. What are some of those things that you're indulging or you overindulging that makes you imperfect?
Well, I do drink. I drink club beer. Uh, 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 you know, this global forum, so I don't want to talk other things, but I do drink. You know,
Okay, we'll come
you
back to
know.
that later. But let me ask you this question here. We'll come back to your social life. You said the fraud,
Mhm.
according to your committee, you said the fraud committed, most of the fraud committed at the University of Liberia are carried out by faculties and administrators. You stand by that statement that the fraud that is going on at the university are carried out by faculty?
Well, you see, it is no secret that there are faculty members. I will not generalize. There are faculty members who continue to get involved in the commercialization of grades, for example. There are courses in a university where students do not even go to classes. Yet, once you can meet up with the agreed price of an instructor, those kind of rotten apple in the system, and these are the people who often graduate with magna cum laude, summa cum laude, yet they cannot present a fitting letter of a friendly letter. You know, so these are difficult things that people may want to hide under the carpet, but these are the realities of the day. The university is a cesspool where academic fraud has continued to flourish over time. Where I supervise as the dean, we kick out I think 2 or 3 cases of that. We had an instructor. You know, usually they create chat rooms where sometimes they use the chat room for academic purposes. And this guy was brave to put in the chat room that after he sent his grade, the grade was everybody who had, I think about 90% of the class had failed, and that a makeup was allowed at 12 o'clock. You know, and he was caught red-handed. He was caught red-handed and removed from a college. You know, and there are incidents where very uncomfortable incidents where some of our women are abused by very, very dangerous guys who will want to sleep with them for grades. You know, there are countless stories like that where women are cases that we don't have
Myean, it looks like the doctor is having problem there. He can go out and come in. He's having problem. Are you back, Doc?
No, I'm seated though. I'm not going out and coming. I'm seated. Actually,
Okay, can you landscape your
somebody
phone?
network fluctuate.
Yeah, the network fluctuating. Can you landscape your phone? Can you do it sideways so
Okay,
you can have
let
the
me
black
see.
mark?
Okay, let me see this one. You can see me good now.
Yeah, but if you flip your phone like this, we'll be able to see you
Okay.
better.
But he looked good now, though.
Yeah, no, yeah. You see the two black mark. If you go landscape like this, we won't have you. But
So if I do it like this,
no, the phone it has to be like this.
yeah, but I phone I'm doing it like this.
Okay, that's fine. Just
No,
do that.
just put it the way you were first.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Let me welcome Siliki. I guess we got Siliki Square. Listen, yesterday you guys who have been here were doing a square root. So today you guys can. You are a day late, but Mr. Siliki, welcome. How are you doing that in Rwanda?
Yeah, doing great, Mr. Gamer.
Excellent.
So,
Ahmed Siliki, another Siliki, right? Ahmed, how are you, sir? You are muted.
you're muted.
Thank you. Welcome, Doc. Good to see you. Long time. How's the
Yeah,
school?
yeah, brother. We holding the ground.
How's the school, man?
Dr. Peabody, let's get this thing going. Any question? I think you got two questions for the doc here before we go into. We got to dig a little deeper into the faculty scandals, faculty corruption he's talking about on campus.
Yeah.
Any question you have for the doc?
Yeah. Let me start. Dr. Tenley, you say you were at the Buduburan refugee camp. I was there for a couple of years too. Maybe we either passed each other or got to know, or maybe I knew you from there or something like that. Or so, but I was there from 1990, probably 1990, and up to 96, 97. Yeah, 96. Then I went back home. So, but let me come into a question. I want to start with one of my questions is directed to you. Are currently a consultant at the university. You're working to weed out those toxic graduate and folks who come in there and don't have the proper document and professor and all of that. Recently, there was a government official who was pointed out. Were you part of that identification of that government official for the fake documents that he used to enter or graduate from the university? Were you part of that? Part of that?
You were talking about
No,
document.
I was not a part of the committee, but I was invited to give my own because I was the dean of the college that he came from, the previous dean
Okay.
of the college. But the problem is that the incident started with me and to be quite frank with you, is something very uncomfortable. The character in question was sent to me by the former chairman of the department, and with an attempt to lure me into the scam for him to graduate. So he actually approached me and usually the dean can use his discretion under certain circumstances, right? Because it is the dean that clears student finally to the faculty senate. He presents the student to the faculty senate. So he approached and came to my office and he said he's a candidate to graduate, but a course somebody's giving him problem. That's what he said. And usually maybe my first thought was maybe he had a problem in ROTC or PE or he might have transferred from a college that he had a bad grade. You understand? So the dean can use his own discretion on certain circumstances to clear a particular student with certain minor issues, right? Like for example, you were in science college and you had a D or an F in biology 101 and you transferred to business college. The rule says that I cannot consider that F, even though a student cannot graduate with an F. but the F was not obtained in the college that he has come into, the new college. So I can use my discretion to overrule the F and allow him to go forward. So I you know, my phone is programmed on the system. So I asked him for his ID number. The first thing I saw with the ID number was sex, female. Well, sometimes inputting these data, people can make mistakes, especially with traditional names. Like you have Deconti. Deconti can be more, it can be both male and female.
Right.
So saying he had a traditional name, I said, well, probably it was a human error that considered him to, maybe it's a unisex name. But when I look at the federal transcript, I say, really? So the first question I asked him was, who sent you to me? He said, it's a chairman.
Who, not the dog Cooper? Dog Cooper.
Yes.
Okay.
I said, who sent you to me? He said, it's a chairman. I said, go and call the chairman. And he did bring the chairman in my office. And then I transferred from my phone and went to my laptop so that the screen can be bigger. And I asked the chairman one question. You are the gatekeeper for the department. Did you check this candidate grade before sending him to me to discuss his problem? He said, oh, Dean, you know, Dr. Dennis had a situation where when you overstay, the student are allowed to graduate. I said, why would Dr. Dennis even have such a discussion like that? Because the university procedure is a candidate is qualified for graduation if he or she complete the required curriculum. And for business college, it was 136 for female and 138 for male because they do ROTC. I said, that's the only way people can graduate. I don't know of any other way where people, if that is the way people can obtain degree, then we can go to Raleigh Town Market and bring all the women who've been studying for 20 years because they have been doing business for 20 years, they become eligible for degree.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, you are the chairperson of the department. How do you feel allowing me to get involved in such a situation where this guy is not even a sophomore? And you know, and I will be very frank with you. You know, we're having a very candid discussion. He said, oh, you know, the president, I said, look, if you don't get from my office, I will physically slap the hell out of you. Sorry for the word. And because he saw I was prepared to slap him, he quietly left. He and his baggage. And they never surfaced again until after I resigned. This gone graduation. The same guy posted on Facebook. You know how he himself brought himself to the forefront, right? He posted himself on Facebook with gown. And I said, oh, but there's a guy who I denied because he's not even a sophomore. It was when I picked up the phone and called the current dean. I said, but you people give this guy clearance. He said, who's the guy? So I called his name. He said, oh, let me double check. And when he double checked, that's how he called the vice president for academic affairs and said, oh, there is a breach in the clearance process. There are some students who were not eligible. And because I also sent him a whole listing of those who were not eligible to graduate after I resigned. And when I resigned, I had a database, right, where there were students who have 50 credits. So it was not possible to complete 50 credit in 2 semesters because the maximum credit you can carry at the University of Liberia is 21. So the maximum load you can take in 2 semesters will be 42. So people who have 50 credit, it was not difficult for me to question their clearance because it was not possible to have completed in 2 semesters. So I furnished the current dean those information, and he acted upon them and removed and delisted them from the program. You know, after they had obtained clearance. And so, but I was not part of the committee that I went through the investigation. Yes, the committee interviewed me on what I have explained, and they made their own decision that gave rise to the eight faculty, eight people being terminated.
Quick question. Before you get to your second question, I heard you say when you resigned, you took the database. Isn't that a breach of a law that you have resigned? You left the school, you left the department, yet you downloaded and took the department database without the consent and approval of the university.
Well, when I was a dean, I've heard a lot of situations at that university, at that college, right? So, what I did my first semester was I requested all graduating seniors to submit a copy of their transcript, their ledger. And so those students furnished me the copy of their transcript. Second semester, I requested the upgraded transcript because that will include the first semester grade. So yes, I did save those transcripts of those who could not have been eligible for the subsequent graduation. I had it on my laptop. When I made mention of the database, I'm talking my own data, not the school data. Because when you relinquish a position as a dean, you will have no access to their system. But I have my own data for which I acted upon. Yes, I did have my own data. Even currently, I have those information that those previous students submitted. They are in one folder. So I have them. Yes, and that was how we were able to detect the near fraud that almost occurred with Mr. Cooper.
Okay. So you agree though that you breached confidentiality. You took students.
No, it's not. It's not a breach. It's not a breach. It's not a breach. It's not a breach. You as a dean request updated ledger from students who supposed to be graduating. It's not a breach. It's not a breach. You will be logged off the system when you relinquish the position as a dean because you will not have access to those information. What I'm talking about, the information I'm referring to, my data was the information submitted by graduating students at that time, and I still have them. So it's not a breach. It's not a breach because it is not a university system. It is my own record, if I may say so. It's my own record.
But
I do not have access to their system.
You have no personal record because the students, their privacy were breached because you have no right taking the students' private information on your private laptop and taking it off the campus. That's illegal. Anyway, let me go back to Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, your second question.
No, let us set the context, right? Part of my responsibility as a full professor is to ensure that the university runs smoothly. You as a professor, apart from just teaching, you have oversight in ensuring that the place is sanitized. So some of our responsibility is not just academic, it is oversight to ensure that if you detect fraud, even in an environment where you are not assigned to, you become the whistleblower. So compiling data from previous students and about, because they apply, they send in their ledger to you. You have to verify and ensure that what they send is in compliance with what the clearance process will be. So there's no breach of protocol. No, there's no breach of protocol. That's part of my role as a full professor. You have oversight.
Dr. Tierney, will you agree that every information, every record that comes through the student to the school are the property of the university?
I work for the university.
I understand that when you resign, you no longer have access, or should have access.
You have no longer have access to the system.
It doesn't
matter. But not the record.
No, the records are confidential documents that belong to the children, their date of birth, their social security number, if there's any, their ID number, everything is on there, and they have no reason to leave the school system. Anyway, Dr. Peabody, your second question.
Dr. Tierney, let me ask you my second question. Probably going to be two in one. You said that you work with the National Oil Company in Nukam, and due to the toxic nature of narco or your boss, you resign. Do you care to talk about that toxic nature? And then why did you leave CDC? Let's 2 in 1.
Well, first of all, after the victory, I was called by the former president in his office, and he was present. McGill was present. Minister Tua was present, and he asked me where I would like to go. And of course, given my background as an economist, I said, well, I will work in any environment that has economics, and then I also have petroleum background. And so, okay, so since we don't have anybody for NOCAL, you will go to NOCAL. That was the understanding. 8 months after the appointment was made and I saw my name as a deputy, I immediately contacted the office of the president as to the explanation why was I a deputy under somebody who could not even be my student. And the only explanation they gave me, honestly, was it was an error.
Who was that student?
Huh?
Who was that boss?
Safwa Megri.
Okay, go ahead.
He only had a BSc, and the only explanation I got was, oh my man, the typist made a mistake, and it will go back to redo it. The people already say we know nothing. It will justify that we know nothing. So just be there. After 3 months, we reshuffled. That was the explanation they gave me. And I took the explanation in good faith, and we decided to work together. After 6 months, I went back to them. I said, well, I thought we understand that there will be reshuffle. And to my surprise, the president had a different opinion, and he used some vocal language, which I cannot say here. And I said, oh, really? Okay, so that's cool. After a year, the lady became very, very extravagant. She made over 50-something trip using business class with no dividend to the entity. 50-something trip. Imagine you use 50-something trip multiplied by the minimum of $4,000 or $5,000. Business class. And I highlighted it through the discussion with the board that the way NOCA is set up, it is the CEO who is the face of the institution. But yet you have a situation where the CEO has no knowledge of the environment, but the deputy cannot discuss about the institution when the CEO is present by law, by the statute that created NOCA, right? So I spoke with the board members, some of the board members. I said, but we are not making progress because you have a CEO with no knowledge in the industry, and I cannot go on any of these trips because it's a solo trip. So I don't feel that we are making progress. The board member at that time was, what's the former senator? He said, I prefer you talking all with your Myean. My Myean referring to McGill and Tue. So I did have a conversation with Tue. I told him, I said, I would think that you people transfer me somewhere else because we are not making progress. And that discussion with Tue told his friend McGill, and McGill might have told her, and then she became very, very disrespectful. When I go to work, she would just be throwing all kind of corridor discussion, and at some point in time, I look at her and I say, okay, you know what? Before we degenerate this place into other issues, let me just quietly leave. So I wrote the president and told him that I will not continue to work as vice president of NOCA. They replied me that I should not write them. I should tell the board. So I told the board that I was discontinuing my services with NOCA as the vice president for technical services. And that's how I quietly left without any noise. But I still maintain my membership with the party. And fast forward, we saw what happened in the end. Everything that I warned them about eventually came to light. Everything I told them, that the way we're managing this country, we create a one-term leadership. The way we are managing this country, plenty of people will go to jail. They will wear yellow jumpsuit. People will be, but just the whole discussion has come to pass. So, and I left.
So why did you leave CDC? That was my other question.
Well, the thing was that we felt the place was not a political entity anymore. We believe that the party itself was a cash cow for George Weah when he gets broke. We felt that the way the partisans were treated, the way the victory was hijacked. CDC has some of the best brains, especially in the diaspora, the way they were marginalized, the way our coalition members at that time were treated. We didn't see, I didn't see hope that they will resurface. I didn't see hope that they will resurface. The way they treated the Liberian people, the way Weah was not focused on the governance of the state, the way he allowed few people to micromanage him and ring fence him. The party was vibrant. The party was energetic. They killed the momentum of the party. They killed the dreams of the young people. They killed the dreams. And I could not be part of an entity, a political institution where the dreams are dead. The hopes that we thought would have given rise to a new Liberia was Dutch. It was Dutch, And so I felt that it was time to move on. It was time to move on. The party is a very good grassroots party. But the leadership of the party is what will cripple the party. And knowing the kind of person Weah is, Weah can only use people. And all of these things about Weah coming back, I'll be very frank with you, Weah has no interest in running the country. He wants to market that party to anybody who has the largest money. Weah will sell that party. So for those who have the hope, their hope will be dashed again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me reintroduce the show and welcome our other guest. This is the closing argument, the Tuesday edition. Thank you. We have our special guest, Dr. Lester Pewee is here, and I'm hosting from the beautiful state of Florida. I have with me Mr. Siddiqui that came on. Welcome, Honorable Victor Namwe. I met Siddiqui here, and then we have the Dean, Sylvester Pewee. Welcome, guys. Let me go to Mr. Siddiqui. You've been waiting for a while. You got 2 questions for the doctor here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Mr. Kroman. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you again for the opportunity. Dr. Lester Pewee, I've been following you on Facebook, since the election and all of that. But you talk about your position at the University of Liberia. I learned that you serve as a dean. And I would like to ask you about the administrative or some procedure like what we've been able to see in other countries, especially in a state-run university like Liberia. Most of the time we see students graduating, without defending theses. There's no opportunity where students can at least get hands-on experience to do some level of internship. But every time we see people, a group of students, they're organizing student politics, and which is not even limited to the university. They go to other government agencies to do protests, which I believe, like recently, I saw a group of students in Kosovo, they were dictating to the media how the university should give, how many students the university should be giving admission to. Instead of the administration taking that decision on our own. So all the interference and the lack of opportunity being provided to the students in terms of getting a internship opportunity before they graduate and all of that. So what mechanism you as former dean of the institution were able to put in place, apart from the fraud, I think we already talked about that, to resolve some of those things? I would like to know before I go to the political aspect of it.
So you see, when I became dean, the University of Liberia Business College, the lowest number of students that could graduate were 2,500. Uh, at no point in time over the last 50 years, Business College ever graduated any number of students less than 2,000. So when I became dean, uh, 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 usually the period of graduation, the department have a clearing team. So the way it is structured is that the department will do the clearance, submit a copy of their clearance. They have two or three category. Category A are those students who completed before the semester. You have category B, those who completed maybe after first semester, and category C, those who completed the second semester because they graduated after second semester. So we had a clearance team where they brought in their first category A. The assumption was category A means those who are completed before the commencement of the semester. They put it on my desk. I, out of curiosity, went through the category A. Strangely, when I started to double check, the first 15 students that a particular department sent me, only 2 actually were clear. I mean, based on the university rule. So I thought probably I was not seeing something, right? So I called the clearing officer and we sat down together and we decided to clear one by one. And I asked them to bring in the curriculum they were using to clear because that is a yardstick to which you can guide yourself to know who has completed. And oh dear, look at oversight. I said no, oversight is when your eye jump over 1 or 2, but when you jump over 12 or 15, that is blindness. That's not oversight. And that was where the red flag was raised. Then I myself decided to dismantle the clearance team because I didn't have confidence in it, with the exception of the economics department. Because their clearance team was very robust. The management department was also very cooperative. No, management department was not. I dismantled the clearance team and decided to ask the chairperson to assign new clearance team. The other 2 departments was a pure mess. So after the department clear, you have to reconcile your clearance with OES, the Office of Enrollment Services, because that is a system part. And my brother, I'm sitting down on my laptop in their office with a particular student ledger. The ledger vanished. After like 3 minutes, a new ledger surfaced with totally different grades. Totally different grades. Then I knew there was an organized cartel operating. And after the exercise, only 273 students graduated in that year. It was the first time business college graduated in 50 years. Less than 300 people in 50 years. The first thing that came to mind was the university is rotting. Something fundamentally must be done to redirect the energy of people who are truly academicians and want to see this country moving forward. And let me hasten to add that, look, there are very, very good faculty at the university. There are very, very good people, right? But you have some of the worst also coexisting with the very good people. Now, it is the very worst that tend to contaminate the image of the very good people. And these are the people that we must hunt and remove from the system. Because look at Science College, for example. You have some of the best faculty in the university from Science College. Look at Agriculture College, some of the best faculty. But look at Liberia College. Look at Liberia College. The head of Liberia College itself has an issue over him.
Who's that? Who's that? Who's that head of Liberia College?
Well, you can research that. You know, there's a public space.
Dr. Tenney, this is academic here. You're talking. Let's be fair. Let me introduce the show. Introduce the chairman. The chairman, Tomalin George, is back in. Mr. Lofa, thank you very much for coming back on the show. I know you rested. Your face look good. Robert Garguah, welcome. Everybody is here. We got a full house. So, guys, let's do 2 minutes most, so we can have everybody here because we got limited time. I will still hold Dr. Tenney to the fact that he called a department and would love to know who the chairs of that department is. Because listen, you agree to a no-holds bar interview. We are family here. If the guy is corrupt, he's corrupt. There's nothing wrong with, he's the chairman. We'll find out who the chairman is.
Well, I will tell you that the current dean of the Amos Sawyer College, there was an issue raised concerning his PhD, and the committee was set up and concluded, but that report has been masked. It has not gone through the chain for his ultimate removal. Strangely, I happen to have seen his degree, and jokingly, what I saw was he also co-signed his degree. So he conferred a degree upon himself.
Yeah, but let me come to my second question.
Yeah, your second question, real quick.
So my second question will be a bit political. So especially the last question that Peabody asked you, you mentioned that the first appointment the Guar administration gave to you, the person who you were deputy to, was kind of more like a student to you. You could not, you reached out. They gave you a position to be deputy to somebody you think you more qualified. And at the end of the day, because you had that mindset, you went there, you guys could not work together and you had to resign. And out of something, we started seeing you, attacking the CDC and we are and all of that. But now the CDC, the Liberian people voted against the CDC. Now they are in opposition. So we had a new administration. And you just testified to Dokoba, fraudulent, process in the way he started when you were dean at the University of Liberia. And we've not hear you really talking about it, the way you used to be critical on the CDC and all of that. Is it because of the current role you've been appointed to as a consultant at the University of Liberia, and because of your expectation for this government to give you more consultancy and give you more appointment job, and all of that? That's why you are silent. You're not talking about that, even though you get all the fact that Dokoba engaged you to giving a clearance to graduate earlier on when you were serving as a dean. And we're not hearing you speaking about those things. And everything you say about
I think he has been removed from the university. His degree was revoked by Professor Myean.
I'm coming out. He's still serving as Inspector General in the government. You still hold that position. So it's not really about the university. The university already taking action against him, but this guy's still serving the government of Liberia. And you are not critical on the university at the time Guar was in power. You was critical on Guar, and now you're saying that Guar will use the CDC, as a business, sell the party to, somebody who get money out of that. So my question to you is, why are you not speaking up against Dokoba dismissal, knowing fully well that Dokoba engaged you as a dean of the University of Liberia to get him graduated?
Well, first of all, you don't forget now that my primary responsibility is an educator. And as an educator, I have played my part to ensure that Dokoba is nowhere around the academic environment of the University of Liberia. We play a pivotal role in ensuring that he's no longer there. he was appointed by I don't know the what his position say, Inspector General or what thing?
Yeah, I think so. Inspector General, so Deputy
I
Inspector
don't know
General.
whether he was appointed by the president of Liberia, whether it was a presidential appointment or it was an internal appointment from the Minister of Commerce. So fortunately, the Minister of Commerce
No,
happens to be one of our students at the graduate school. I think you are right. We need to have a conversation. If he's not a presidential appointee, then that's responsibility of the minister to have a discussion to remove him. But again, I don't think he should be anywhere around the Ministry of Commerce. I don't believe he should be in the position that he currently holds. But that is an opinionated belief. Whoever took him there should by now be furnished with the necessary information to act. But he was just expelled last week before last. So let's see what happens before the end of the month. If it is not elevated, maybe we will elevate the discussion. But it had just occurred in less than 10 days ago. He was formally expelled in his degree was revoked. So I maintain the position that I don't think he's suitable to be Inspector General for the Republic of Liberia. But I am not very sure whether that position is a presidential appointment or an internal appointment from the Minister of Commerce.
it is a presidential position.
The
The
president
president
did that.
appointed him.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Let's make it 2 minutes. Ahmed, you are next. I know you're falling asleep there. Your 2 questions real quick.
No, I'm not. No.
Imagine look sleepy.
Always not sleeping. Okay.
Well, anyway, that is good to hear you again. For a long time, whenever every time we have spoken, you have been very passionate about academic integrity. You've been very actively involved in trying to shape the educational background of our country to the extent where you have now opened your own university to be able to contribute to that. And you have been very
High school.
Yeah, high school. I mean, so yeah, because I think that's part of the issue when you have great foundation with high school students, probably you can have great product going to the University of Liberia. So we've been focusing on the issue of integrity, academic integrity, fraud, and stuff. You stand accused. I just wanted you, since we're on this platform, so that perhaps you could provide that clarification. Maybe you did earlier on before I came. But Akaras Gray on his post accused you of being involved with academic fraud between agriculture and business college. I thought that since you are here, it would be an opportunity for you to clear that, considering that your focus right now is on academic fraud and misbehavior in that era. That's my first question.
So you see, I've always exhibited transparency in the conduct of my own personal affairs. If you look on all of my documents, my first degree is a Master of Science degree. My second degree is a Master of Science degree. My third degree is a Doctor of Philosophy degree. I entered the university, like I said, 1995, and completed my courses in the business college, but the degree was never conferred. I used a completed transcript to be enrolled. And by the way, all the universities I went are not just what's the name? What they put and call it? Campus graduate. I attended the University of Liverpool in the UK. The University of Liverpool has 9 Nobel laureates. If they could admit me into the petroleum program on a transcript which was verified, they didn't just ask me and say, bring my transcript. They will always do due diligence. It's not like one of these funny schools in Liberia. That's the University of Liverpool. I went to OAU, Great Ife, and all of these mechanisms of due diligence are conducted by the university, not by the individual. So, and usually your eligibility, one of the eligibility criteria for grad school is your transcript.
Dr. Tierney, usually before you get into grad school, you have to have your official transcript, and your official transcript has to have your degree posted.
Exactly.
So
So
in my case,
but listen to me, let me finish. If you do not have an undergraduate degree,
your hand should be clean.
if you don't have an undergraduate degree proper, there's no way you can transition into graduate degree. So your first degree, I know because I was a graduate assistant in the admission office at Florida Atlantic University, and when you come and you bring your transcript, even with all your credit, if your degree is not posted, even on your own official transcript, it is not accepted as a graduate to be to even say for the GRE, which is a graduate record exam. So
for my kids,
excuse me, how is that possible for the University of Liverpool to admit somebody who is not an undergraduate into the graduate program?
For my case, we applied through Amnesty International because for us, we were expelled after completing the courses required for the undergraduate program. So yes,
then you don't have the credentials there.
Chairman, I think we should protect the guest when he's done. Then other people.
Who's talking?
Yeah, let me get a guest channel. Y'all shouldn't interrupt. I beg you.
Yeah,
everybody had a time to talk.
Let him end his statement.
So I'm telling you that the degree was not conferred, but the courses were completed. And on the basis of completion of courses, I was admitted. Every university got their own admission requirements. Every university have their own admission requirements. So maybe you may want to have a conversation with the University of Liverpool why, but the requirement that enrolled me was I had completed the undergraduate and satisfied the requirements thereof. So I was eligible to be admitted at the graduate school. Of course, there were some courses that we had to do that we did not do at the University of Liberia to match the graduate program, but we were admitted on the basis of courses completed from the undergraduate program. That was the admission requirement.
So can I just ask one quick question for clarity? I know it's your turn to ask. So are you stating that you were admitted based on sympathy? You were
how can a University of Liverpool admit somebody on the basis of sympathy? I'm telling you that the requirement for the graduate program. Hello. I'm telling you that the requirement for the graduate program was a provision of a testimonial that you have completed the curriculum of the undergraduate. And because of my case, which was, of course, I had completed the undergraduate, but the degree was not conferred, I was admitted. And I spent the 2 years to complete the Master of Science degree program. And when you check my record, there is, hello? You say something?
No, go ahead.
So when you check all of my documents, my first degree is a master degree, my second degree is a master degree, and the last is a PhD. But if you want clarity, I had completed the undergraduate program, but the degree was not conferred. And the degree was not conferred because of political reason and not academic reason. We were in exile, we were chased out, and we went into different environments.
Can I ask a clarification, please?
Yeah.
My question.
No, we coming to you. I made your second question.
Yeah. So
on to ask?
No, you next. Ahmed. Go ahead. Second question.
Yeah. So that you said your stay at local was around, I think, 6 to 8 months. If I got you clearly.
No. I spent at least, I think, 1 year plus. Yeah, not 6, 8 months.
Okay, you went to local, highly qualified with training in oil and gas. You were the deputy there. I just wanted you to perhaps reference during your 1 year, if any, what you can point to as something you imparted, you achieved there during that 1 year that you were able to achieve there with for the 1 year time that you were there for.
Okay, so usually every year, the team at NOCA will have this consultancy with different companies to do the what's it called? The geotechnical report. The geotechnical report was given to consultant from abroad for the minimum NOCA used to pay was around $2.something million. But because when we entered NOCA at that time, the place was actually partially dead in terms of cash. My team and myself decided to do the geotechnical report by ourselves. And we took, I think we took about 6 months to complete that geotechnical report with the assistance of TGS NOPEC in Texas. I mean, giving all the assessment information. So we did that report ourselves, and then we saved government over $2.something million.
Great. Pewee.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Good evening, Mr. Tenney. Let me first and foremost, Mr. Moderator, you struck something during the show about the issue about students' documentation or student information are solely owned by the university authority. That is absolutely true. You cannot possess student documentation in a personal capacity. The university chapter is very clear on that. It's very absolutely clear on that as to how faculty can deal with student materials in terms of academic activities. But I just thought to also, again, before I go back to my point, Safwa Gray, Councillor Safwa Gray, is not just an high school or can be his student. She's a very competent Liberian woman, to be very frank. She's a councillor of law of the Republic of Liberia, somebody very competent. To just come and say she can be my student, I thought that was not even denigrating, but it was somehow demeaning to the kind of a very professional person. But I just want to take Mr. Tenney back to the process about his expulsion and this issue about he news in first, because he had 3 different CVs. The CV first, he came and pushed up that he got a BSc, he got a first degree in economics from the University of Liberia.
Which CV is that? From where?
From the University of Liberia.
Which CV is that?
Just a minute, please.
No, but there is no CV.
Before you pronounce that you went to the University of Liverpool, it was on the CV that you got a first degree from the University of Liberia.
But where did that CV go?
I was challenged that you said you are expelled from the University of Liberia. So I just want to ask you this question today. Did you?
No, but when you want to ask a question, you must set the basis rightfully.
Can you give me? I will give you the time.
We got to protect the panelists now. The guests got to give chance.
You just said to us that you use your transcript from the University of Liberia to get admitted in the University of Liverpool. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
What authority did you have to use? Because to use a transcript, the faculty senate may have voted to approve your graduation, that you completed those courses that is meant for graduation. Is that correct?
No, that is also not true. That is not true. Any student can request a transcript. Even if you are a freshman and you travel, you can request a transcript.
The
transcript that you have not worked in a university. I'm telling you the rules. Any student, you can be a freshman.
Can you listen
and
to me?
You travel.
I don't want you to
But I don't want you to distort the information, right? You can even be a sophomore. You travel. You can request a transcript. Faculty Senate doesn't sit to give you transcript. No. Faculty Senate sit to clear you for graduation.
I'm not distorting no information, and I don't have to. I've been around the university for quite a long time. My father worked with the University of Liberia. I do understand. I'm a graduate.
No. You are understanding it the wrong way.
You just said to this platform, you use your transcript to get admitted at the Liverpool University. That's correct.
Exactly.
On what basis did you use the transcript of the university when you were expelled from the university?
I don't understand your question because it's not following. It's not following.
Let me go back and ask the question.
Yeah, it's not following any logical pattern.
Yeah. No, you won't because the No, I come in 1 minute. You wouldn't follow the logical pattern because it's Sam Goring, right? It's somehow counterintuitive.
But make yourself clearer now.
So
We're having a civil discussion.
On what basis did you use property from an institution that expel you?
Okay, so on March 23rd, when we were expelled, that decision of expulsion was overturned, I think, after a year, and my colleagues returned to graduate from Ghana. So the expulsion was overturned, right? Now, relative to the University of Liverpool, I applied to do petroleum economic oil and gas, and they requested for academic document. I approached the university and obtained my transcript. I submitted my transcript and a testimonial saying that I had completed the undergraduate program, but the degree was not conferred. The University of Liverpool recontacted and submitted what I sent them to the university offices. What was it? Record office for verification of what I have sent them. The University of Liberia wrote the University of Liverpool attesting that what I have sent them was what was in their possession as valid. And on that basis, I was accepted into the graduate school. So there is no faculty senate that sit for transcript. You can be a sophomore student. Listen now, you have not worked there. I have been a senator at the university, being a dean. You don't need faculty senate to get your transcript. You can be a freshman student and complete your first semester. You travel to any part of the world. You can request your transcript. Your transcript can be sent.
Dr. Clenny, real quick. I'm on the website of the Liverpool University here, and it says here, because I work, like I say, as a graduate assistant at the University of Florida system here, and no school will accept you without a transcript that is stamped with your degree on it. But this is what the University of Liverpool says here. It says for graduate program at the University of Liverpool, applicant typically need a complete bachelor's degree with a minimum of a 5.5 GPA or whatever they call that on a 10-point scale. However, some programs may require higher academic achievement, and international applicants should verify the equivalent through the NARC, which is a certified institution that certifies that your degree is legit before you are transferred or admitted. Did you go through that process?
Of course, you pass through all. There is no exception to any. There is no exception to the requirement. There is no exception. The University of Liverpool does not admit students through the back door.
Dr. Tierney, you said you wrote the school explaining what you did, and the school wrote back. And the University of Liverpool said that's not how it works. You apply, and they send your document through a process, and they verify your qualification. They didn't say they accept letters here. So it is totally different. I'm on the Liverpool website.
So what are you referring?
What I mean, I'm going to ask you. When I was at the University of Florida, the school system.
So you are in the U.S., right? You are in the U.S. Read the admission requirement there. Read the admission requirement again, step by step.
I'm just telling you what it said. Did you go through the process of transcript and degree?
Or do you expect the University of Liverpool to admit an African student without going through due diligence?
Sir,
oh my God.
Sir, you said you wrote this school and you explained to them from the refugee perspective. So someone asked you, says, so you were admitted based on...
No. I never wrote the school from refugee perspective. I wrote the school. I applied for the program when I was back in Liberia, not refugee perspective.
No,
I entered University of Liverpool 2011.
I thought you said from Africa. I thought you said from South Africa. Friends,
I was here 2011. I went to Liverpool 2011. I was here from South Africa. I went to Liverpool 2010 or 2011. I was in Liberia that time. I came back 2010.
No,
I left from Ghana to go to South Africa. That was sticking to the Liverpool part. I went to Liverpool from Liberia. From Liberia. I was at the
So sorry, Mr. Tenney. If we were to take a drop back to the show, you said when you left, you worked with the South African government for 6 or 7 years, and then you applied
From
to
Ghana.
Liverpool University.
From Ghana, I went to South Africa.
And then you said
from South Africa, I returned to Liberia.
No.
I returned to Liberia 2010. Hello.
Yeah.
I returned to Liberia from South Africa 2010.
Okay, now what he's just saying to about if you went back to the clay, you said from South Africa you came to Liberia, Madam Salif brought you on this special program from the program to the Minister of Public Work on the CSE process.
SES program. It was at the Minister of probably those one else.
Right. Now that we're trying to do things, you misspoke. But you first said you went to there and then you misspoke. Okay, now we'll hold that. But one of the things I was saying quickly,
I went to university. Wait now.
Your second question, Pewee.
Yeah, let me end my second question quickly. I do agree.
No, but you need to get clarity on our whole transition, right?
Yeah, when you
I was with the ministry. I was with the Ministry of Public Works.
Yeah.
I was with the Ministry of Public Works on the SES program from 2010 to 2011. It was at the Ministry of Public Works that I applied to study the petroleum economics at Liverpool. I gained admission at Liverpool 2011 spring. I resigned from the Ministry of Public Works and left to go do my oil and gas study at Liverpool. I spent 1 year, 6 months at Liverpool and returned to Liberia to do my master thesis. My master thesis was basically on the oil industry in Liberia. I was in Liberia before I went to Liverpool. And after I completed my thesis, I submitted my thesis electronically. My thesis, we went through the whole process of thesis, whatever, and I was clear. And I was given graduation clearance. I didn't go to attend the graduation. My degree was posted. So I was in Liberia when I went to Liverpool.
Okay, so my second question quickly. Now
it was in Liberia that those documents were requested for. At Liverpool, I was requested to submit a full transcript that will be verified. In fact, first thing is that they will send you a form that whatsoever document, you have to give a waiver that it will be vetted and verified. You sign that form. From there, they request your document, they ask for work experience, they ask for your supervisor letter, and just a whole year. Relative to the academics, you are required to bring your transcript and your degree. In my case, the communication was sent that the degree was not conferred, but the courses that gave rise to the undergraduate program were completed. So they requested a subsequent transcript and they asked whether it can verify. And they did their own due diligence, wrote the University of Liberia. Whoever they wrote there, the University of Liberia responded and verified the paper that I submitted to them. After a month or so, my admission letter was sent that I was now admitted into the program. It means that they have done their due diligence. University of Liverpool is not Cosmopolitan University in Ghana.
Dr.
Can I ask a clarification question, please?
Yeah, Dr. Tenney, okay, 1 minute.
Can I ask for clarification, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Garguah, go ahead.
Yeah, Rouse, yeah, right, you go ahead now, ask my question.
You did mention, because you said a lot of things. I think there's the lots of discrepancies in what you're saying here, right? And it comes off as though you align. I gotta be honest with you. You did mention that you got accepted. You mentioned being expelled. Then you also mentioned based on amnesty. So can you explain the amnesty part? What was because you mentioned amnesty. What was that about?
When we left to Ghana, Amnesty took up our case. And the first thing they wanted us to go back to school. They wrote the University of Ghana, Legon, and Legon said they could only take us as freshmen. Amnesty, they never had resources, and then they were taking us as freshmen to pay foreign currency as foreign students. So the University of Ghana refused to admit us as where we were. And Amnesty could not foot the bill for us to start at fresh. So yes, there was some intervention of Amnesty International because there was a case filed for all of us that went into exile. The 11 of us, there was a case filed by Amnesty International in London. So Of course, one of the questions they asked why was a degree not conferred, and that reference about the case was made, and they also double checked that with amnesty and was consistent with what I said.
Can I ask my last question, Mr.
Yes,
Moderator?
go ahead real quick so we'll move on to
Yeah, I'll go
Garguah.
ahead. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, back to what we're saying. So I'm going to pass that move on because this.
Yeah, before you ask the question, I will think that you will retract the word that it appears that you are lying, because that is something I don't
listen,
do.
I want to retract it. I'm not the one I say you are lying first and foremost, but I don't
Oh,
also
okay.
disagree with that statement. But I didn't say that, but I don't also disagree with that statement. But let me quickly move on to don't conclude on this that you don't have a first degree. Never ever had a first degree.
But I've never said that. I've never said that in any capacity anyway.
Yeah. Do you also agree that it's strange to not have a first degree and move on to have masters and PhD?
But are you aware that people can have a PhD without a master's degree?
No, that just asks you a question. That's when you answer.
So I want to draw your attention to the fact that you can do a PhD without a master's degree.
You can do a PhD without a master's degree.
Yes, you can.
Quickly, you said you 2011.
And I will give you a reference. Former President Ophelia Weeks from Florida. What some Florida, FIU. Her first degree is a bachelor. Her second degree is a PhD.
We'll have to do an investigation on that. We'll take that with grain of salt. Let me take you back. So you went to the University of Liverpool 2011, and then after the University of Liverpool, you came back to the country. You came back to Liberia. Is that correct?
Yes, of course, yes.
And so
I resigned from public. I resigned from public works. Yes, and travel. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was you went 2011, 2012. So you came back 2013. Is that correct?
I spent 1 year, 6 months there, and I came back to do my 6 months here for my thesis. Yes. I may not get the exact time, yeah, but I think it was from 2011. I spent the whole 2011 there. I came back 2012, around May, June. Yes.
May, June 2011. When did you leave to Nigeria to do this PhD thing we're now talking about?
2013 was the first batch. I was the first batch 2013. I spent my 1 year coursework. Then Ebola came 2014. That caught me up there. We spent the whole year doing nothing, basically just avoiding people. 2015 continued. 2016 we continued. 2017 I completed.
So you graduated 2017 from the university.
Yeah, 2017 Hamilton. Obafemi Awolowo 2017. Yes, 2017 I think. My degree is just downstairs. Yeah, 2017, 2018, something like that.
2017. So is it a 3 year or 4 years program? I just want to know.
It's a 4 year program. Full time. They actually tell you 3.5 year maximum full, but they will not dare you do 3.5 year. They won't. You will do full.
For now, I'll come in. Are you for now? Robert, you can go ahead.
Okay, I think Robert was it Robert? No, I think Victor Name was next. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Tenney. It's good to make your acquaintance. Listen, first of all, when I was coming on the show, I heard you talk about your experience on Dr. Alfred in Ama. And let me congratulate you. I had Dr. Ama at Cotton. I think he told me biochemistry. So he's a pretty solid guy. So congratulations. I had a question. I know the academic thing is pretty interesting, but I like to shift gears a little bit. Prior to the elections, you released a series of very scathing attacks on what you saw as the malfeasance of the CDC-led government. That culminated into you threatening to expel former President Weah from the party when he conceded the election results to the now president Joseph Boakai. And then I kind of stopped hearing from you, and today I hear you. You got some consultancy now with the University of Liberia. Some would say that you come at these things in moments when you are down and you may be looking for recognition. I just want to know, where are those efforts that you promised to expel President Weah from CDC? How far have you gone with that?
I'm no longer a member of CDC.
I see.
I resigned almost a year ago.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be all for me from now. Thank you,
Great.
gentlemen.
Let me go to Lofa. Lofa, you next.
Thank you. Mr. Tenney, I want to start with your narrative on, and I'm going to, again, deviate a little bit. I'm going to go back to your degree here. You made mention of the fact that, okay, your degree from the University of Liberia, correct me if I'm wrong, was not.
There is no degree from the University of Liberia.
Okay, so it was not conferred, but you still, I guess you wrote and you were able to state why that was the case. Can you give us a summary of what was stated in that explanation that was submitted to the university you attended as to what may have caused you to not have obtained your degree from the University of Liberia, because it is alleged that you were expelled? Can you give us a summary of what was stated? Just an overview of what was stated in that explanation so that we have an understanding as to why you were considered, because I mentioned that it was based on sympathy and you said, no, it wasn't. So can you give us a summary of what was stated in that explanation?
Well, I was not furnished with the information between the University of Liverpool and the University of Liberia. What I do know is that the University of Liverpool contacted the University of Liberia to verify the transcript that was submitted to them.
Well,
the only communication I received was from the University of Liverpool to me that yes, your transcript was valid from the University of Liberia because they have attested. All the other conversation between them, all the other communication, they never share with me.
Well,
the information concerning amnesty, yes, because I told them the reason why the degree was not conferred. So they did pass that through amnesty, and amnesty confirmed that yes, we were forced into exile and what have you. Yes. But the communication between the University of Liberia and UL University of Liverpool, I don't know what kind of conversation they had.
Okay,
but yes, I was a meeting.
Lofa, real quick, doctor, you said real quick. You said you were it's agreed that you were expelled. Were you expelled from the University of Liberia?
All of us that were part of the student leadership.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. Were you expelled?
Yes, all of us were expelled.
Okay.
We all were expelled, went to Ghana, and after the comprehensive peace agreement, the expulsion was overturned by the interim government at that time. It was initially we were all expelled. Yes, all of us were expelled, and then it was overturned and reduced to suspension. So initially it was expulsion, and then it was overturned after the interim arrangement, and then it was downgraded to suspension. Yes, we all were expelled. Yes. Alfonso Nimne, Uriah Stepo, Socrates, every one of us. Even the current president of the Liberian National Bar Association was also in that category, Bonavama, Councilor Bonavama.
Lofa, back to you.
So, and just for the sake of clarity, this is not a part of my second question. For the sake of clarity, you're telling us tonight that as part of the amnesty process, there wasn't any form of interview conducted to obtain information on your expulsion and why it led to you not having to have obtained or to have had degree conferred. Is that what you're telling us tonight? Because in the entire process, they would have had to have done some kind of inquiry in order to have a better understanding as to why it ended up in that way in order to make the case for you. Are you telling us tonight that did not happen?
So you furnish your information, right? You did an application. You expressed interest in enrolling in one of their programs. They sent you their requirements. one of the requirements was submit your degree and your transcript. In my case, the transcript was available, the degree was not conferred.
Okay.
The next question was why it was not conferred. The explanation was we were forced into exile, and because of that, the degree was not conferred. And then amnesty was brought into the discussion that they can attest to the fact that we were forced into exile. The conversation for verification between they and amnesty was between they and amnesty. What I furnished them was what was in my possession, my transcript. They sent a form that I must attest that they were verified through the University of Liberia, through the mechanism, and I agreed.
So thank you. So, Mr. Attorney, that's good. I'm glad that you were able to make that clarity. So, in short, you did not disclose that you were expelled as part of the reason why your degree was not conferred, and that is the reason why you were at that position. Instead, you used the fact that you were in exile as a reason for which you did not obtain that degree. Can we say that is what it be based on the just explain reason why, okay, they played that role was because you were in exile. You did not state, all right, in your reason that you were expelled.
But the question of why the degree was not conferred was because I was in exile. Which explanation you want? I don't understand. What are you trying to get at?
So the degree was not because of the fact that you were expelled.
I'm still not following your pattern.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I may be speaking a little too fast. I may be speaking a little too fast for you. I'll slow down a little bit. Okay. I reiterate. Help me understand in your summary explanation. What did you tell the entire amnesty program the reason for which you were not able to obtain the degree from the University of Liberia that you consistently...
Sorry, my line got broken, so I didn't get your part. What are you saying?
Okay, let's move. Let's go to the next question. I'm sorry. Let's go.
No, I want a question because somebody was calling me and I couldn't get you. That's why.
Okay, no, there's a lot of other people on the line. Let me not hold us all hostage. Okay, you consistently...
I'm enjoying the conversation. There's no hostage. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Well,
it's very good.
I'm pretty sure you are enjoying the conversation because it gives you a little bit of the publicity you seek. But here's what I want.
What do you mean publicity? And now you are going off tangent.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. No,
I see.
Okay, so let me get to my point. Whether or not you consider it me being going off tangent, you can say how you want to say it. But let me get to my next question. You supported the candidacy of President George Weah. Is that correct? And at what point did you see President Weah as being competent to serve the people of Liberia? And at what point in time did you realize that he was incompetent as compared to what you consistently speak to, being very denigrating in all of your utterances and referencing him to the extent where, I would not want to speak to, but you supported him. You, again, not only did you support him, you worked for him until you were referenced incompetent to maintain the position you had, and then you became very vocal.
I was referenced what?
You incompetent.
Who referenced me incompetent?
Those you work for. They go and ask those who you work for. They reference you as incompetent because you were not able to perform. You performed according to information provided, based on information provided. Okay, it is alleged.
Provided by whom now? Because
it is alleged that you performed. Hold on now. Let me land. It is alleged that you performed dismally, and based on that, because of your ego, with the assumption, again, you want me to explain, I will do that for you. Based on your ego, with the assumption that you served, in quotation, as an instructor at the University of Liberia, so no one else should be above you. Anyone who went through the rank and files of your, instructions or your tutorial opportunity should not serve above you. So again, that shows that you perform the way you perform. I want to go back to my actual question and not to going back and forth.
Yeah, what's that question?
The question here is, at what point in time, Mr. Tenney, did you realize that President Weah, as you have stated consistently, that he's incompetent and was not worthy of the position he served?
Well, let us set the discussion in context, right? I practically ran no car during our appointment. I practically ran no car. You can ask every board member. You can even ask the Safwa May grade lady. I practically ran no car. I was the only one amongst the four who had knowledge in the industry. I was the only one. So when you say incompetent, then either you are getting your information from the wrong source. I practically ran the car. I was the brain behind the car. So that's the first context. We also put that we are from 20. I joined the CDC 2010. When I came from exile, 2010, we joined the CDC. And at that time, we were a member of the opposition. We navigated ourselves in the opposition for almost 6 years until 2017. We marketed and the Liberian people accepted the product. He became president. 1 year plus after his presidency, I resigned. It means that I spotted deficiency 1 year plus. I spotted deficiency, not just deficiency, but gross deficiency. And I did an honorable thing. When nobody could be fired on a WIA, when nobody could be touched on a WIA, I resigned. We had never had a capacity to dismiss me. He couldn't dismiss anybody for the matter of fact. As a matter of fact, I was one of the brain behind the whole CDC. As a matter of fact, I am the only brain behind CDC.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you want me to go to that extent.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tomalin George.
I mean, apart from Ahmed now, I don't think Ahmed said member of the party.
That is an audacious claim, dog.
I will let you guys handle that part.
Everybody have their own opinion. Everybody have Tomalin George.
Can I ask? Do you want me for Tomalin George?
No, the chief were here before you. I'm going in line, man.
No, Rava was here before me. What? You were here before me?
No, you were here before Rava. But you can yield. You can yield to him.
Okay, Rava, go ahead. Go ahead, Rava. Go ahead.
Tomalin, thank you. Because
Tomalin, you know what happened, no?
I'll ask my question. Please don't stop the show, please.
This man just got here now. He wants to start trouble. Go ahead, Robert.
Listen, I gotta be honest with you, Doc. And I gotta be respectfully and blatantly honest with you. You've been very incoherent, right? And I think that's the reason why there have been follow-up questions. I don't think there are people here who are against you. I think I've used the word lie because it comes off as if you are hiding something and you're misleading. One thing you said when Lofa pushed you on, what was the cause for the incompletion of your degree? You said 1 minute you did not complete because you were expelled for political reasons. Next, when pushed further, you said because you were in exile. So,
Tomalin George, apparently the ability to understand English is difficult.
Well, 1 second.
When you say I did not complete
not Tomalin just speaking.
This is not Tomalin George.
Now, Rava Garguah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I may need a moderator. There was no point.
Dr.
There was do not state what was not said. Then you are going offline.
This is my turn.
But I think the language to our comrades is not nice. I think
yes, you were.
I think
Dr. Turner, you are the guest in the house, and this is our house. We have accorded you tremendous respect when speaking. We have not
Yeah, so
interrupted you.
you should maintain it by stating the facts.
Sir, you can debunk the facts after I've landed. You will not interrupt me. You will allow me to ask the questions so that the audience understand my question to you and they also understand your response uninterrupted. So can we establish?
So let us set the ground rule. Do not ask a question based on faulty premise. You cannot ask a question based on faulty premise.
Dr. Turner,
Go ahead, but don't set a bad premise because it will put me in a difficult position to answer.
Dr. Turner, you will not dictate to how I ask the question. I will ask the question and you will
I can tell you not to ask a faulty question. Of course, I can do that.
That would be in your response.
But,
and Mr. Moderator, can you
please on a fair line? It's not by our age. It should be a
Garguah, go ahead.
Talking about
what we're not going to do, Dr. Turner, what we're not going to do is be disrespectful to each other. And I
have a cordial respect to everybody.
You're interrupting me without allowing me to ask my question.
That's not disrespect.
Dr. Tenney, he has to rest and then you come in. Robert, go ahead with your question.
You have to this is not profession. You're a professor. I mean, this is how you interact with your students. This is not
that is considered respectful.
God, 1 second. As a professor, you have to conduct yourself accordingly. This is a public radio.
Don't tell me what a professor can do.
my friend, well, you should set the example. You should be an exemplary of what you teach. All right. So again, I think you've been incoherent because again, you said you did not complete the degree because you were expelled for political reasons. And then once pushed by Lofa, you said because you were in exile. So I don't know what is it. You also said something when Lofa asked you, when did you realize that George Weah was incompetent? Because there are those who did not support George Weah, like the Unity Party folks, who said that George Weah was incompetent from 2005. 2017 did not change that for many of these people. So as a professor, I think Lofa's question was, when did you realize that George Weah was incompetent? I'll tell you why. I will tell you when you realize George Weah was incompetent. I think you realized George Weah was incompetent when George Weah failed to serve your ego, that because you're a doctor and you are a professor, and because that the appointed CEO of NOCAL could potentially be your student, you felt hurt. It messed with your ego. And you also went to a meeting where you accepted an explanation that in 6 months, there will be reshuffling. And guess what happened? When the reshuffling did not come as expected, it also hurt your ego. I think that's what inspired your resignation. And it also motivated your attack against George Weah, because these attacks did not start until you did not get what you wanted. So again, you have been so incoherent. But let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question about access. Would you agree? My brother Ahmed asked you, no, I think it was Sylvester. We're talking about access as a former employee. You said, well, I did not have access, but not to the records. Now, let's assume that Liberia is just a poor country with no structure and no system. If you have access to records, right, to academic records, and you will no longer work for that institution, what gives you the professional and legal jurisdiction to share anything about any student as a former employee?
Is that the question you've been wishing to ask?
I've landed. Ask the question. Answer the question, sir.
First of all, at no point in time have I been a former employee of the University of Liberia. I've always been an employee of the University of Liberia. I am, like I said earlier, a full professor, not an assistant professor, not an associate professor, but a full-time professor, a tenure professor. That means that apart from my duties as a professor to teach, I have other responsibility to ensure that the university work in a harmonious state. So I have always been an integral member of the employee of the university. Relative to your premise you were stating, and apart from English, I have no other way of explaining things the way I explain. The degree of Bachelor of Science was not conferred the curriculum for the Bachelor of Science degree was completed. Simple as that. I did not ascribe unto myself at any point in time, like others could have done, to confer a degree on themselves. The degree was never conferred. The courses were completed for the conferrer of the degree. Simple as that. On the basis of that, I was accepted after the University of Liverpool independently did their due diligence. I am not part of the committee that started to do the due diligence.
Dr. Tennant, let me correct you. Let me correct you because I work.
You can correct me on a process that you're not a part of.
No university does background. The credential piece is done by an independent institution. The university does not get involved physically to call and say, how does this student fail in this course? It never happens. And on the website of Liverpool University, they spell out the process.
Wait, my brother. Do not speak as if you are a reservoir of universal knowledge.
No,
at the University of Liberia. Wait. I don't like when you speak as if you are the custodian of universal knowledge.
Absolutely.
At the University of Liberia, we have no entity apart from the university system that enroll and accept students. We don't outsource any of our processes outside.
I'm not talking about Universal Liberia because
so you cannot say universal.
Dr. Cheney, you said you are a full-term tenure professor, and then you turn around, you say you are a consult, you hire as a consultant. That is a contradiction and it's illegal. You cannot be a full-time employee of the university and then a full-time consultant. These are discrepancies we are talking about here.
And let me, before you continue quickly, let me just provide
my brother. So listen here, right?
Sorry, Mr. Tenney, 1 minute, please.
Wait. What we need to understand, right? What we need to understand.
What we call double dipping. You brought an important point just now, Gimen. The university got rid of what the government referred to as double dipping.
The university has never gotten rid of that.
At the time in the University of Liberia, you have government officials teaching.
It has never. No. Wait.
Employee and be a consultant.
Sylvester, that is not true. You see, when you come on this kind of platform, listen to me. When you come on this platform, you speak as if you know what you are speaking with accuracy. I am an employee of the University of Liberia. I have served on the faculty senate.
Can you be an
There is no law that prevents double dipping. There is no law.
It's a law.
Can I ask my last?
One minute.
But Mr. Kim, I have a no.
Let me ask you
earlier, so wait for your turn. Go ahead. You got 30
seconds. I will clarify 30 seconds. The PFM law is completely against double dipping. And you have to know this. The PFM law stop to double dipping. You cannot be an employee of the government of Liberia and work full-time in another government institution. That's what
I'm telling you that is not the case with the University of Liberia. I will give you classic example.
Let me ask my last question, Mr. Tan.
Wait. Now you're talking different things.
Robert Garguah, let's go.
Let me ask my last question.
You are talking different things. It should be and it is are two different things.
Okay,
doctor. Then you violating that.
Doctor,
and then you come in with transparency.
You
say you give
Pewee, give Robert Garguah a second question.
And that I want to challenge you. I gotta go. I want to throw a challenge to you real quick. I will sponsor a one-on-one. If we can do a one-on-one with you and I will be glad to do that. I beg your indulgence. But you said something, and I hope when you come back, hopefully, we have more time to discuss because there's a lot of things we need to discuss. But you just said that you don't speak no other language but English. Well, unfortunately, I don't speak Baza either, but you don't sound too eloquent in the only language you speak. I just want to put that out there. So I think again we need to be respectful. We need to be respectful. But you said something that I thought was disrespectful to a woman. You just said that Gail man cannot speak as a custodian of anything university. You are not an attorney. You are not a professor at law. But you just stated on this very platform that Safwa Gray, only because she was appointed as CEO and as your boss, and the fact that she was a young woman, even though she's a professional lawyer in Liberia, that she could be your student. Well, you're not a professor of law, so how could Safwa Gray be your student?
The degree of law at the University of Liberia is a first degree.
Okay, so how could she have been your student?
I said she was not even a student of mine. She's not because I only teach at a graduate school.
So you said
it means I only you asking question, right? You asking question.
No, because I think again.
I don't want you to hide behind the sympathy of young woman or old woman. I'm speaking to the issue.
Said it. I didn't say it. I'm repeating what you said.
Yeah, so I'm telling you that I only teach at the grad school. I only teach master program.
So how could she have been a student?
All of our training is at the undergraduate. She only have undergraduate degree.
So how could she have
been she's not even a student of mine.
So how could she have been your student? You just said that. I didn't say that. You said she could be your student, basically diminishing her role and her qualification as to why she was appointed or why she should not have been appointed CEO over you, the professor, the doctor, and the one with the most experience in the field. So my question again, how could she have been your student?
You know, I'm trying to figure out how to explain a simple thing in simple English. Probably there where your limit is.
Okay.
Right.
So Dad, let me ask you.
No, Hamed, one second. Exactly.
Mr. Kamara, you just got here. Yeah, well, you gotta take control of the show, Mr. K-Man. Kamara,
the Kevin, one of the panelists going back and forth.
Mr. Kamara, we were not going to bring you on. You just got on 5 minutes ago. You're talking about keeping control of the show. Mr. Robert Garguah, you done with your question?
Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Again, I think if anyone on this show tonight have exhibited limitation, Dr. Turner, it will be you. Because again, you have been incoherent, explaining something that should be as simple as spell, Elsa, and anything else that relates to your degree. I think you've been very, very limited on that. And I think you've displayed that. So I don't think you have the moral compounds to talk about limitation or anything of that sort. But again, it's great to have you on, and I'll follow the show. Thank you.
Dr. Tierney, if I may have just 5 seconds.
Yeah, 1 minute. Dr. Tierney, I was just about to ask this question to somebody. Asking you.
Moderator, asking plenty of questions.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I know. You ask this question.
I'm trying to read a comment. The comment says here, law degree is not first degree as a doctor.
That is true. Law degree is second degree.
No, listen. Mr. Kamara, you just got here. Wait for your turn. You just got here. You shouldn't be coming to class late. We shouldn't even allow you on. Dr. Tierney, can you answer that question? Why did you say, or why did you refer to the law degree as first degree and you teach graduate program?
So go to the law school, you should have a first degree before going to the law school.
Exactly.
Yes.
Law degree, not first degree.
The degree of law is LLB, Bachelors of Law, where they say in Latin. Right.
Understand, but to get
Hey, you ask a question or you want to answer for it. The LLB degree is a first degree. It is a first degree.
First degree of law, but not first degree. You see, you're splitting hair here. It is not a
first degree of law.
Thank you. Come on, go ahead. Come on, your question.
Right?
Can I go ahead? Excuse me.
First degree of law. She had a first degree.
Come on, hold on. Abu, wait. So, Dr. Tony, let me start by saying that I understand. after a while, when there were limitations at the university and they started encouraging other professionals to teach there, it became acceptable that you could be paid even if you're working somewhere else while teaching at the University of Liberia. So it became a common practice there. But you are noted. You register a lot of issues with the Myean government, calling it from being corrupt to incompetent.
Why you hiding behind your?
I'm sorry.
You reading note?
No, I'm sorry. I don't need to read note. So yeah, you are on record for calling the Myean government out for corruption, for incompetence, for all of those things. But it is a fact today that almost all of the things you highlighted as ill in the Myean government, we see that perhaps a double fourth in the Garguah government. We start with, for example, 20 million was given initially for some road repair work and stuff. Of course, there's no here, no there. Less than 3 months before the government came into power, it took close to 500,000 from Social Security for car. The issue about the yellow machine that became controversial, of course, the intent, you agree, has some intent to steal, to corrupt. So on that scale, having now been considered so vocal, where is the voice? Where is Lester Tenney? Where is that voice who want to identify and highlight wrongs in society? Why is he silent on what is happening in the country today?
So when does one consider as corrupt? Isn't it through either an audit process or a whistleblower that is backed by facts, right?
Yeah, but some of these things
are there any audit on this government that specifically highlight fraud or corruption? So you see, you don't expect someone like me to evaluate a regime without empirical evidence. As compared to the Myean administration, there are countless reports of audit highlighting improprieties. Until we can have a conclusive evidence from the General Auditing Commission indicating corruption, we will remain silent. Because we are driven by empirical evidence called data.
With your training in economics in the financial, you agree that audit does not necessarily mean guilt, except to.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You cannot expect me to accuse a person of corrupt without evidence, and that evidence must be through an audit, a credible process. Audit does not necessarily mean you have committed wrong. Audit can highlight the right.
To that, you still won't do that?
But I give me the moderator again interrupting again.
The follower minister admitted.
Mr. Gimmer, can I come in quick?
Yeah, Mr. Gimmer, you the moderator.
Mr. Kamara, go ahead. I know.
But then Gimmer who's saying that all universities must have a separate entity for enrollment. So you expect Gimmer to be empirically thinking?
Mr. Tierney, I just told you that
Steve, you gotta wait, my man.
The public work minister.
No, I will soon go, my man. I will soon go.
The public work minister appeared before the Senate and admitted. So what evidence?
Admitted that he stole money.
Yeah. Greetings.
Was that admittance to theft?
Go ahead, mismanagement.
Let us set the record straight, right? Let us set the record straight. I personally have not seen or observed any form of improprieties on a level that is compared to what George Weah government has.
No,
there is.
You either see it, don't.
But Dr. Gimmer, you have a chance to ask our question, Dr. Gimmer.
Mr.
Gimmer.
No, Mr. Tierney, I won't allow you to do this.
Mr. Gimmer,
but it has not risen to that level yet.
I will
not allow you to do that because we are too intellectually aware. Go ahead, Kamara.
Okay, so good to see you, Dr. Lester Tennis. it's no doubt that you're one of the brightest in your generation. And I want to applaud you for being a patriotic citizen. You can be an integral part of an institution and then criticize. And that's why you did in the CDC. Unfortunately, they resisted you because they don't like people who tell them the truth. But quickly, what do you make of our government, the Unity Party government out of CDC government?
Lawyer.
Well, you see, to compare the CDC government with the Unity Party government is like comparing heaven and hell.
I think
the two entities are diametrically opposed. You cannot in any reasonable realm compare CDC with this very well, very organized, very erudite regime. The Unity Party government is one of the best gifts Liberia has received from heaven. How can you even compare? What is the yardstick of comparing the CDC with the Unity Party? There is no yardstick. The CDC government was you said.
Dr. Tierney.
No, but Mr. K-Man, you can't do that. You keep doing that. You might erect the show.
I had to erect the checkpoint because
no, but you are not the one to erect checkpoints. What are you saying? Listen, Mr. K-Man. Mr. K-Man.
18 months
Mr. K-Man. No, but Mr. K-Man, you can't be doing that too.
No, Mr. Kamara.
You can't be doing that. The guest, whatever the guest says there is for public consumption, not for you. Whatever the guest says is for public consumption. Allow the public to judge as to what he's saying is true or not. No, you're not part of the public. You hosting the show. You have to listen, Chief. You have a couple of times to speak and you spoke. Nobody interrupted you. You can't be doing that, Mr. K-Man. No, you can't be doing that. No, Mr. K-Man, you can't be doing that. If you want to put me in the fight, do so. I ask question and it's my follow-up question. You can't be doing that.
Go ahead.
You can't be doing that. You moderating the show. I put that question to the guest, and the man is responding.
Mr. Kamara, when we are comparing, you compare 18 months to 18 months. You cannot say the entire government to this. No, we compare 18 months to 18 months.
We are discussing governance.
And you were up to this point, right? Up to this point, right?
No, but you listen, Mr. Gibman.
Will you agree that you were comparing? You were say up to this point, right?
Mr. Gibman. This show is a unique show. The essence of this show is to sensitize the people about happiness across the country. We have a guest who is very knowledgeable about governance. He has come to state his position. No, but you can't be doing that, Mr. Gibman. You have to listen. It is my turn to speak.
I'm asking you a simple question, and you are doing
comparison. Why you be asking me a simple question when I'm one of the panelists?
Wouldn't you say 18 months to 18 months? Wouldn't that be the fairest thing to do?
I said, let me repeat what I said. And I'm not sure you are the one to answer the question. The person who's supposed to answer the question is the guest, not you. No, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, Mr. Gibman. You can't be doing that, Chief.
I did.
You can't be doing that.
Mr. Victor, now your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hey, Dr. Taney, I got to say, you're holding your own tonight. This is a pretty tough panel tonight. So kudos to you. But let me ask you this, and I'm really trying to give you an opportunity here to redeem yourself. I think you pride yourself on integrity, transparency, doing the right thing. I'm hoping you misspoke a few minutes ago when you said being a full-time professor at the University of Liberia and a consultant is double dipping, but it is not against the law. It is illegal in many places, even here in my state of New Jersey. It is prohibited because you take it to pay from the same government, which deprives other people, especially our poor life.
It's a violation of the PFM law.
It is. So I'm hoping you misspoke, and I'm giving you an opportunity to please explain yourself.
No, I didn't misspeak. I didn't misspeak. For the case of the University of Liberia, right? Because of the issue of human capital formation, professional people are allowed to work in whatever environment, whether in the public service or in a private service, and still be paid for their contribution to knowledge formation at the University of Liberia. As far as I'm concerned, there is no record of double dipping because the faculty association resisted when those issues were elevated, that you either choose whether you want to work in maybe Ministry of Finance or teach at the University of Liberia. That discussion was managed and the decision was reached that you can be a full-time employee at the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of State, and still receive a full-time pay. The only exception was if you have a presidential appointment. Other than that, you can work as a director of budget at the Ministry of Finance and be an assistant professor at the University of Liberia full time.
Yeah, what
Let me push on that quickly.
No, just before I pass it on, Dr. Tenney, let me just say this, and again, this is out of the most respect, but I will challenge you tonight. If this has been normalized at the University of Liberia, it is wrong because it deprives a lot of people. I am sure there are a lot of qualified people who could do some of what you're doing. So I'm challenging you tonight to please help us fix that as one of your tasks at the University of Liberia. Thank you.
Well, let me also say this one, right? We may think that we have a whole lot of people who could fill in the void, but that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case. We have low human resource in terms of capacity at the university. Most of those who teach at the university are permanent employee of other institutions, either the government institution or the private sector. In theory, that should not be the case. And I agree with you that double dipping in itself is not peculiar, especially for academic institutions, but in our case, because of the limited capacity and the shortage of human capacity, it has been allowed. The alternative is you will relinquish your position as a teacher or you downgrade your status as a part-timer. But then you have a sticky issue. Organized labor, the University of Liberia faculty will resist that. And so that is the new, what you call the new normal. That's how it has been, that's how it is.
Let me push
so
back.
In my case, as a full-time professor, I'm allowed to, apart from teaching, I'm allowed to supervise thesis, graduate. I'm assigned a graduate school, right? But given the scenario that I have just stated, I was eligible to do a consultancy to act as the acting head of the enrollment, the OES, Office of Enrollment Services, for a 4-week consultancy, a paid consultancy.
Let me push on that, please, Mr. Tenney.
I don't want to push on something that you're not. Have you taught the University of Liberia, Sylvester?
Give me, yeah, please, thank you, man.
You have never taught the University of Liberia. So I don't know why you keep talking about things that you have no knowledge about. I'm telling you what it is because I'm there.
You see, Lester, let me say this to you, Mr. Tenney. I don't have to teach at the University of Liberia to talk to you.
Oh, you don't know the rules there. I'm telling you the rules.
I am a.
They ain't telling me no. How can you tell me no when you're not there?
I am a graduate of the University of Liberia.
But you are not in administration. Right? Please graduates don't make rules.
Please hold on. I don't have to be.
No, he cannot learn. He keep saying the wrong thing, and you want to market the wrong thing as if it is true. You are not in administration. You have never held an administrative position there.
Thank you.
You have never held a teaching position there. But then you want to tell us how the place is run. And give someone who is there for 15 years.
Thank you. Yeah, these are things that we moving around. Let me indicate, when I work with the General Auditing Commission, first and foremost, when the whole thing came about the PFM law, the double dipping, the GSC have conducted. At the time, it was the system audit, Mr. Nambi and the rest of the folks here. The GSA has conducted, and never the whole situation about double dipping thing came. University was highlighted seriously. It was a vast, and the Madam Salif administration at the time, the Minister of Finance, They were advised that they needed to take care of the issue of double dipping. At the time, even following this whole issue, when my late father served as dean of the General College, it was part of the responsibility also to look into those matters as to people that were full-time employee of the university. And then the option was those full-time employees of the university will have to take on part-time courses. It was at the time the recommendation came, you would take a part-time course. For instance, if you are there as a teaching assistant or assistant professor or part-timer, you're going to be paid $100 per course. $100 per course. I helped my dad did some administrative function for him when he was stayed there as dean of general studies, right? So $100 per course for those that were involved in because if you got a permanent employment with the government of Liberia, you cannot also take another permanent employment with the University of Liberia. So those needed to switch to part-time. That's what the law says. They started to root out. The first order the university did, the university found out that there was serious double dipping at the University of Liberia, and they projected that way moving forward. For him to also come out, and that's why I cited the PFM law. I didn't just cite it all of you. I cited the PFM law. Beyond that, he is an employee of the University of Liberia. An employee of the University of Liberia being a contractor. That's a contradiction also. How do you take a consultancy with the University of Liberia when you are in the full employment of the university? You see, the process about what we come and talk about equity, we all listen to you sometime and come high on Mr. Weah and the rest of the other folks. But to indulge into things that
give the PFL law.
things that are in the law of the country and you violate it, you come to justify it. It's a serious problem. So I just want to come back and say to our folks, the PFN law is clear. Double dipping is not encouraged. If you are indulging into it at the level, you undermine the very law. Let me take you back quickly.
If you make that statement on university campus, they will throw stone at you and chase you away.
No, but it's wrong. But Junior is wrong. I'm not going to throw stone to get there, but it's wrong. Don't laugh. It's wrong. Okay, it's wrong. You see, it's not about me saying it. See? Okay, so when you make it, I come on. Let me end it.
So for the record, I do share the belief of Sylvester, right? The law is clear on that, yes.
Which law?
But
thank you for acknowledging.
The PFN law is clear on that.
Oh, I thought you just told there were no law.
But because I justify it, I told you how the other thing is they pay money.
You just said there were no law.
I didn't know about it. You know what he wanted to do just and he said you need to teach. I don't have to teach. I served my father when he was dean there. I work along with him. I understand the university very structurally. But let me take you back quickly, Mr. Tenney, about this issue. Do you have, by any chance, quickly, do you have any family tie with the current president of the Republic of Liberia?
You mean the President Ball guy?
Yes, the current president of the Republic of Liberia.
I would prefer not to speak on that.
No, I want you to speak on this for some. It's important that you speak today. It's important, and the fact that I want you to speak today is very important because there are a lot of. I got few other things to say after this. I just want to test your sincerity. Are you
okay? So
yes.
I am from Lofa. My father from Lofa, and he's a lawman. And we call the Gisi people uncle. Mm-hmm. So within that context, mm-hmm. the president is an uncle of ours.
Did you live with him?
That context.
Did you live with him?
When we speak about living with him, at some point in time, we live on the same rehab road. And on many occasions, yes, I did sleep in his house on several occasions.
Did you live in your house and live with him?
Well, sleeping in a house is practically living with him.
Did you live with Mr. Boakai?
There you go. Don't split hair.
I didn't live with him, but I used to spend time there. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to. I don't want to know this. I'm asking the reason why I put this question today. Based on the reason why he's always going after Mr. Weah. Because he started this part. He said the best government on earth is Baghdad government, right?
That's what he said.
Yes.
For
They got some family relationship. It's part of the reason why he's just always attacking Mr. Weah for no
And
reason, because he's a family person.
the relationship. Listen, man. The relationship. I did tell the relationship that in Lofa, the Gisi people are the uncles of the
I'm
Loma.
from Lofa. I'm a Loma man from Lofa.
So then Boka has a relationship with you too.
No.
He's your uncle.
I'm not living in house.
Okay, there you go. He never slept there, never lived there. Amen.
He didn't feed me.
Amen. Amen. I gotta wake him up. Amen. Go ahead.
Are you?
Well, anyway, I mean, it's revealing tonight to.
I will not speak again.
Revealing.
Don't worry.
To know that Dr. Tenny uncle is the president of the Republic of Liberia.
And he label him.
And he's the uncle of all the Lomas.
He label him. And the reason why he always
I think in all fairness,
is he also Sylvester uncle?
I think in all fairness, there's not a symbolic uncle. There's an uncle of blood relationship because
it's beyond the traditional uncle.
It's beyond traditional uncle.
No. I'm not a Gizi. I said I'm a Loma.
But to sleep
and we need to be accurate on how we disseminate certain information, right? I stated for the record that I am a Loma, and traditionally the Gisi are our uncles. The subsequent question was whether I live in his house, and I did mention that I slept there on several occasions. His children are my junior nephews. Relative to blood relationship, no, I have no Gisi blood in me. But by tradition, they are our uncles. So,
have you been
President Boga is the uncle of Sylvester Pewee and myself.
Have you been offered a job at
Pewee in this thing.
No, what about
I say Pewee? They don't put Pewee in the thing.
But what about Lofa?
We talking about you. You always want to stick somebody into your own quagmire.
But people when Lofa, you want to deny the man his heritage.
Siliki, go ahead.
No, my traditional uncle. I accept that.
Siliki, come on, let's go.
Okay. There you go.
Go ahead, Siliki, go ahead.
I was saying I've been talking here today. Yes, Sylvester Pewee. So that the Lester Tenny.
I turn to turn and talk.
Yeah, so
I don't want to talk about the Nima election and other things. Let's just thinking on the Boga relationship thing.
Yeah, we got 40 minutes. We'll go to the other side.
Don't worry, we're going there. Go ahead, come on.
Dr. Tenny, you spoke about getting evidence before you criticize the Boga administration. And I just, I found that statement to be kind of contradicting.
But the best government ever.
You mentioned on the show that this Kehleboe Gongloe came to your office to ask you to clear him up so he can graduate. You narrated that entire story. So you don't need anybody to give you any evidence about that fraud.
No, I had the evidence. The evidence was his record. I had the evidence.
Thank you. And Torgbean is a director, I don't know, assistant director to
Inspector General.
Inspector General, which he was appointed by the president. And you pretended at the beginning of the show to say, I don't even know if the president appointed him or the minister. Just because you want to avoid that. And
I said I am not sure whether the Inspector General position is an appointment or an internal appointment, a presidential appointment. I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. I don't know whether he was appointed by the president.
I don't think so. I think you know, but you choose not to.
How will you think what I do? How can you think for me?
Because you narrating this story tonight on the show. We've never seen you. I personally follow you. You can talk about Samuel Gray in the making injury when you guys are together at the University of Liberia Myean, how the men used to make fire in English. You can talk about all of that. But I've never seen you talk about Torgbean. Incident until today. You narrated on the show that Torgbean came to you. With the exception of this show tonight, you are not on record of talking about
then you have not followed my discussion on Torgbean. I was the one who highlighted the dog Copa incidents. I was the one. I highlighted the dog Copa incident after I saw him on
Wow, I think it's network is crazy.
A little bit that is being harmonized, but listen, Dr. Tenny, listen.
I think that part from you people.
You don't give me 5 seconds.
So I was the one who highlighted it. So it's not possible that you say you have not heard me. I flagged the issue. And the only reason I flagged it was because I saw him posting himself on Facebook. And I remember his face very well. So I played my part to ensure that the degree was revoked. I played my part. I have not appointed him as Inspector General. I don't know who appointed him as Inspector General. I am saying that whether it is either the president that appointed him or the Minister of Commerce. If it is the Minister of Commerce, it is the minister's responsibility to withdraw the confidence she reposing him because the job has integrity attached to it. I cannot ask the president because I am not aware whether it was a presidential appointment unless I do some homework.
No, it was.
If Dr. was a presidential appointee, if he was a presidential appointee,
yeah, he was appointed.
Obviously, when I have conclusive evidence that he was appointed by the president, there will be a podcast indicating that he should not hold such a position. But again, it is just a podcast reminding the president that this guy has been expelled for integrity issue. But I am honestly saying that I don't know whether he was appointed by the president.
Yeah, he was actually appointed by the president. He was appointed.
Your last question, go ahead.
Yeah, my last question. So, Dr. Tenny, my last question will be about your master program that you spoke about. So I just want to know, because after listening to everything, you said at one point you were suspended, so you could not, graduate, but you completed the courses. So the transcript you submitted to your master program in Liverpool, as you mentioned, who gave you that transcript? Is it the University of Liberia?
Yes, of course, the University of Liberia. Yes, you can get your transcript if you want.
Dr. Tierney, no institution takes transcript from you. You know that. No institution takes transcript from students. You know that.
Thank you.
It has to be an institution to institution. Where in the world will you personally take your transcript to a graduate school and give it to them? It doesn't work that way.
So, Mr. Gibman, right?
Yes.
Mr. Gibman, if you want to enroll at the University of Liberia and you come from Nijada University in Freetown, the University of Liberia will, assuming you have not completed with degree and you want to continue, the University of Liberia will request the following documents. Those documents will be presented to the University of Liberia, and the University of Liberia will use those documents to conduct due diligence.
Who does the presentation?
The individual. How do you do due diligence on something you don't have? How do you do it?
Dr. Tierney, please. We know better. Don't come and do this, man.
Yeah, Jerome.
Yes.
Dr. Tierney, I have a correction here. Well, first of all, I disagree that you hand deliver your transcript. Usually, it is sealed.
It is not hand deliver. You use the British Embassy.
Exactly. So you don't deliver it yourself. But listen, let me say this. I'm getting a lot of texts on the double dipping, and especially one of my highly regarded business owners, friends in Liberia.
Yeah, I don't want to mention the double dipping thing because I am not the author of the law.
Let me speak now, Dr. Tierney. Give me a second. So my friend is telling me that double dipping is when you have two full-time employments. In your case, I believe you have a 4-month consultancy, especially
4 weeks.
Okay, I thought you said 4 months. Okay, but in any case, it's a short engagement, and my friend is saying that is also it could be permissible. So I wanted to make that clarification. So double dipping is considered 2 full-time engagements and not 1 full-time and 1 temporary engagement.
I think the veteran gave me that. Thank you for the.
Can I come in now?
No, listen. Dr. Peabody, go ahead.
Look, I wanna switch to something else here. I don't know if okay, but I'm interested in hearing Dr. Tenney import into the recent election that was held in Nima. We had Edith Gongloe and we have Samuel Koga. That we had different leaders, political leaders endorsing uh, Mrs. Gongloe, and then we have another leader endorsing Koga. How do you look at it? Okay, we have President Selig, President we have others that endorse, and then we have Koga. And then one of the things we talk about why it go was if any like a Vice President Cohen does Koga, and then Koga won. Koga won with a massive victory. Do you think Cohen influence have really accelerated in Nima? I mean, especially with his endorsement of Koga, and then with the other endorsement of Mrs. Gongloe. What do you think? I want you to chime into that.
So you see, Nima has 9 districts. District 1 to 9. Spread throughout the county. The politics in Nima has always been a politics of tribe. There are several different tribes in Nima, but predominantly you have the Mana and Gio. So representation in Nima has, especially at the senatorial level, has always revolved around those 2 tribes. There are other minority tribes, the Day, the Mandingo, the Crown at some point in time, right? So it has always been about tribe. People have voted on tribal lines. That has been the politics of Nima. I don't want to take you back before the war. I want to take you back in recent time during Madame Salif's time. Nima has, I don't want to use Prince Johnson as a yardstick because Prince Johnson, nobody contested against Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson was a common denominator, right? But in the 5 districts, 4 of them are minor districts, 1, 2, 8, and 9. 1, 2, 8, and 9. 2 of the 4 are exclusively minor. The other 2 are liberal minor, right? You have 5 districts that are predominantly Gio. Let's go as recent 2011. In 2011, Groupie entered the race and was brought by Prince Johnson. Groupie is a Gio man. He contested. In that election, you had Edith Gongloe there. I think you also had Dolphus Dolo was in that race. Justice Bese was in that race. I think 2011, 2014. But these people were in the race, right? Before she entered the race, she was superintendent of Nima County under Madame Salif. Madame Salif had told her not to run in the election because you had 3 different, you had, I think 2 or 3 different candidates from the minor tribes. And it was not politically sensible for her to enter a race with 3 minor. Yet, she disobeyed Madame Salif and entered the race. Groupie defeated her. You had 2 senators, but from the Gio belt. 2 senators, but from the Gio belt, Groupie and Prince Johnson. 2014, she decided to contest again. This time round, she contested and she won the same 4, all of the different elections the 4 elections that she lost. One thing was constant about her. She won all the 4 districts of the minor belt. 1, 2, 8, and 9. District 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all Gio districts. The 4 times she contested, there's a pattern that she won all of the votes. 2024, we in 2025. The 2024 was the election I brought in Nyan Twan, right?
I believe so.
Nyan Twan is a minor man. Senator Prince Johnson had brought in Groupie, who is a Gio to contest. Jeremiah Kuhn, being a unifier, decided that, look, we cannot have a county with 2 majority tribes and 1 tribe representing the county. We need to diversify and have a pre-2000 Senate where it was always with a Gio and Mano. It was Jeremiah Kuhn who went against his political godfather decision to support Groupie, and he decided to support Nyan Twan. Jeremiah Kuhn is a Gio man. Yan is a Mano man. That in itself was a serious political risk that Kuhn took, especially with Prince Johnson. But because Kuhn knew that you need a county with equal representation with the 2 major ethnic groups, he decided to put his support behind Nyan Twan. Apart from the 4 minor belt that Nyan Twan won, he won District 3. I think District 3. That was how, through the influence of Jeremiah Kuhn. No one saw Jeremiah Kuhn as being a divisive person when he supported a minor candidate against his Gio candidate Groupie. No one saw it. No one saw it as divisive. Fast forward 2025, Prince Johnson died. A vacancy exists. You have a minor senator sitting already. Do you expect Jeremiah Kuhn to follow the irregular path of 1 tribe representation in Nima? Do you think that would be politically healthy for a big county like Nima to have 1 tribe as the senator? Kuhn decided to throw his weight beyond Cougar. A Gio man. And he campaigned for Cougar on a platform of equal representation. Cougar have won. People call Kuhn divisive. They call Kuhn all sort of narrative. But the question is, are they being fair to themselves? When Kuhn supported a minor candidate, he was not considered divisive at that time. He was a unifier because it was the minor people. Don't forget. Let me carry your attention back. The election that Cougar lost, he lost against Groupie, who are in the race. Gbese was in the race, and there was a consensus among the minor people that Gbese would have been the candidate. Either went in the race again through the instrumentality of her brother K1. She went in the race, divided the minor vote. There were, I think, 3 or 4 minor candidates in that race. Divided the minor votes. You understand? There is a lady who brother was the lawyer for the bill to the house that called for the division of Nima into 2 entities. Are you aware that there was a bill on the floor for Nima to be split? Who was the lawyer of that bill? Kehleboe Gongloe. So when people talking about somebody causing division in the country, it is the Gongloes who are noted for that.
So are you saying that the Gongloes don't have a major setting in Nima? But I want you to make this in short. So now with the election, you have 2 presidents, you had a vice president endorsing. So it shows that the vice president.
My volume just dropped.
Huh?
No, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Somebody calling me again. They just cut the volume off some kind of way. I don't know.
We can hear you.
Those are you in the technology thing. What do I do?
We hear you.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
But I can hear you very well. Okay, go ahead.
Just leave and come back.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Just leave and come back.
So you're saying that they wanted to divide Nima. Why? Why they want to divide Nima? Why would they have built to divide Nima?
Every time a minor candidate in the case of Kehleboe Gongloe lost an election, there's always this drum beating of division of Nima County. And it is always spearheaded by the Gongloes. Nima has always been an entity unified by tradition and culture. It has a very rich heritage. Edith has paraded herself as the face of the Manor Belt, the 4 Manor districts. She has entered the election 4 different times. She has lost 4 different times. She got the support. Of people who are of the opinion that they do not want the influence of Jeremiah Kun to be highlighted in Nima. Jeremiah Kun, first of all, is a politician. He decides his political interests that will create leverage for him. More besides, his opinion was and is still, let there be equal representation of the 2 major tribes in Nima, which is not something difficult for anybody to accept. There are other tribes in Nima, but they are predominantly 2 major ethnic groups, Mano and Gio. You cannot have 2 Gio continuously being senator or 2 Mano. So the argument was, and that was a big, and I said it, Kun took a big political risk when he disagreed with Prince Johnson to support Yantuan. Why didn't the Mano group solve Kun as a divisive person at that time? Because he supported a Mano against a fellow Gil comrades, even at his own peril. 2025, Prince Johnson died. You have a Mano senator. He said we must put a Gil senator. Then people come on and say, oh, he been divisive. He using money in the election. As a matter of fact, there's no election that is costless.
So
people spend to win. That's a game of politics. People spend to win.
Yeah, Lofa.
Okay.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gimman.
Okay.
So
I was going to ask my second question. But
okay.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll hold on. I'll let Peabody
go ahead.
All right. So, Mr. Tenney, I don't know. You seem to be too close.
No, I'm trying to hear you. That's why I put the phone to my ear.
Okay. So we have had. I'll talk loud. Let me see what I can put my volume up to. So, we have had 3 elections, and with Jeremiah Kun and going against Kehleboe Gongloe, and lastly he supported another candidate that Mrs. Gongloe was not successful. So do you think is that where the friction is coming from? Because every time Jeremiah Kun runs with Kehleboe, he seems to win. Is that where you think the friction is coming from?
No, I think the issue of Kun is his ability to market a candidate in all areas, irrespective of the tribes, right? Like in this going election, Jeremiah Kun did extremely well in campaigning in District 1 and 2. If you look at the margin, it was a little bit narrow. I think District 1 was 11,000, other one was 7,000. So you could see, if you see the pattern, if you look at the previous election, you could see that where he didn't campaign, Kehleboe Gongloe massively won the place. But where he actively campaigned, the margin, even though in a predominant Mano belt, the margin was narrow. This testifies to one very important variable. He is being endorsed by the people of Nima, irrespective of the tribes.
So you say
it means that he is said to be the next political godfather of the county.
So he says he's going to be the next Prince Johnson because of his success so far, right?
Well, it is his ability to navigate around tribes. His ability to navigate around tribes. His ability to to market his ideas, because his idea has always been a unified county. His idea has always been the development of the county. Even when he was senator, his idea was all about the improvement of the life of the people of the county. So, and that was what Prince Johnson stood for. Prince Johnson stood for the defense of the county. Jeremiah Coons stand for the unification of the county.
All right, Lofa, you can go ahead. I'm done.
So I'm just gonna first of all lay out a premise here that again it appears to me that Mr. Tennant in his own deliberation appears to be a little bit confused here when he speaks of unification. Okay, you cannot unify an entire county when you are being dismissive of the fact that there are other ethnicity that exists or other tribes that exist in that county. You may state, okay, the existence of other dominant tribes, but again, considering the fact that Liberia, again, we are interrelated, and for a man who claimed to be, again, this educated and of the, you know, a doctorate degree holder, to come out here and spew out this level of, you know, I won't want to describe it as what I really want to, but it is concerning. First and foremost, if you are to go back to what was done in the just ended election, you will realize that, again, the Edith campaign focused on specific areas and areas where she thought that, okay, these are my strongholds and things that needed not to be done. She still maintained that dominance in those areas, and she focused on other areas where she was able to gain a lot of momentum, and she was able to gain the voters population as was expected. So this whole narrative that Lester is coming here with, talking about this individual is supposedly the now godfather of Nima County, and he can unite Nima County, is again just it's a form of the hallucination I don't want to speak to, because the people of Nima County, they understand and they deserve better than division. The likes of Lester, who are simply trying to live in a pocket of political godfathers and other people, continue to spew and leave our people in abject poverty. This is not what the people of Nima County want. If you are to visit Nima County today, and this is not even a question going forward, it's much more of a statement. Let me just be clear on this. The people of Nima County want development. The people of Nima County want quality education. The people of Nima County want to have quality health care. They don't want a self-proclaimed professor to come out here and spew out rhetorics, political rhetorics, claiming to understand the dynamics of Nima County politics, not taking into consideration the current living condition of the people in Nima County, the fact that they're living in abject poverty. And he and his likes are literally just living off handouts based on political alignment. These are the kind of things, these are the things that have had us to where we are today. And that's part of the reason why we continue to regress when other countries in our neighbors and in our neighbors continue to progress. This is sad for a man who claimed to be a professor to sit out here and think that the best way to move Liberia forward is to be, again, divisive. Not only divisive towards a specific group of people, tribal line, but to also consider the fact that women should not be inclusive in the process. It's sad. It's very sad to hear this from a self-proclaimed educated man in his title, professor. I stop at that.
So, gay man. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Doc.
So, you are the moderator?
Yes, sir.
And you have a panelist who use several different adjectives, inconsistent with civility. And when I respond, I don't want and expect you to say I'm being disrespectful.
Doc.
First and foremost,
you respond,
I'm not a self-proclaimed professor.
Mm-hmm.
The title of professorship is a title obtained after several publications, peer review publication, after several years of inculcating knowledge, so it cannot be self-proclaimed. Secondly, your panelists cannot say that I'm living in a pocket of a politician, because then you will be belittling me to the level of being a poor man. Probably you don't even know who I am. I do not live in nobody's pocket. And again, I consider your narrative as out of ignorant in the sense that you don't know me. But let us stick to the issue. At no point in time has there been any alteration, any form of verbal communication from Jeremiah Kuhn that a female candidate cannot be a candidate of Nima County. He has never said that. This man supported a minor candidate at his own perils, at his own detriment. Do you know what I mean for somebody to go against Prince Johnson's decision? I mean, when Prince Johnson was alive, do you know what it means to tell Prince Johnson no when he say yes?
Do you understand what it means to go against?
This was the only man. This was the only man who gambled his political future on the basis that there must be equal representation in Nima. So how does that equate to living off somebody's pocket? When he supported and campaigned for Yan Tuan, a minor man, at that time, Dr. Tini was not living his pocket, right?
Dr. Turner, what did Prince Johnson say?
As a matter of fact, I am not from Nima.
Dr.
But the election that gave birth to Yan, I campaigned for Yan because Yan is a brother. It's a friend of mine.
Dr. Tini.
I have no ties to Nima County. I went with Yan in the bushes.
Dr. Tini.
Some of the places I went, I couldn't even understand the people talking, but we found some kind of way to send the message.
Dr. Tini.
This man supported a minor candidate against his fellow Guild candidate.
No.
How is he not a unifier? So there's a gap. There's a gap in knowledge there. There's a gap in knowledge. The issue of unification is apparently blurred within your context. Unification means
issue of unification may just be as blurred. See, I told you he can hear you, but he's playing it out as though he cannot hear you. When I call his attention, you see, okay, I'll let you talk. Here's my thing, right? The issue of unification, one must understand that in a divided society such as what we have today, with the need to unite and progress, to have the likes of you who project yourself as an educated person and serving as a professor, to come out here and spew out some of the rhetorics that we're hearing from you.
So what did I say wrong? Let us catalog the wrong. Let us catalog the wrong.
Dr. Tini, let him land. Go ahead.
No, how can he land on a slippery slope? Anytime you want to land on a slippery slope, you will crash land.
So Mr. Tini, it's easier to land on the slippery slope because you're literally just going down the slope. So let me land, like the moderator just said, so that way you can actually either debunk or you can make a statement. But let me tell you, in Nima County, while it is true that you have two dominant tribes, there are other Liberians that are also inhabitants of that particular geographical location. And they are just as important as any other tribe in Liberia, regardless of where you find yourself. When we start,
that's what I said.
I thought you couldn't hear no more. Now you can hear.
But I'm putting your phone to my ear.
Lofa, 1 minute. Dr. Tini, what was the margin of the victory in this going election? What was Koga's margin of victory?
I think Koga came out with, I think 62,000 and some votes.
52%.
62.
52, man.
Okay, 5-2, whatever the case is, but it was a significant victory.
Okay.
And then either King with 40-something.
So we talk about 52 to 48. So how that makes someone a godfather when the previous godfather won by 90%?
No, the previous godfather was not contesting. Nobody contested in Prince Johnson for a landslide victory.
Every time Prince Johnson won, he won no less than 70% of the vote. And they consider him godfather consistently. Now, this new man that's coming, he won by by 4 percentage points, and you calling him the Godfather. You declare him Godfather already.
I said he will assume the role of a Godfather.
He will.
So how did Prince Johnson become the Godfather? It was not through 2005.
Now finally he will. That's good. Ahmed, you got any question for the doctor here before we start taking some calls?
No, I think we should go to the call line because
give me a Kehleboe say he's in the bag. You should please bring him on.
Okay, guys. Please bring Kehleboe on for a few minutes before we make the call.
Yeah, I just
okay, there you go.
Okay.
Kehleboe, welcome. Professor, you coming late again. Go ahead.
It's true.
Go ahead.
I hope Lester is not off.
Lester is here.
Yeah, because Lester made some grave accusation on the Gongloes.
But where is Lester? He
said the Gongloes are behind the division in Nimba County.
Well, where did the doctor go?
I'm going to speak to that. I know that for show that Councilor
Pewee, where did the doctor go?
I don't know.
I thought said audaciously he's a
the doctor was saying he had network problem. The
doctor made some.
At first it was audio issue, but now it's network.
You know, one thing I'm sensing quickly. I'm sensing that the doctor brought or pushing for the Nimba thing to attack the Gongloes and promote Kun.
Yeah,
that was
that's exactly what it was.
To bring the Nimba thing. Not about talk about they got one election.
No,
bring about this thing and promote Kun and other things. I sense
that's exactly what it was.
I'm sense that he's doing the bidding for Kun.
Of course.
Let's
come
back on the show. The thing is, there is the reason why when I know someone I have a series of conversation with, I don't like to debate that person in public. But we talk many things. There are things.
The thing you're talking private, keep it in private.
Relationship with Baka on the show tonight, and he answered fell short of why I know for fact. I want to address those issues.
Is he related to the Baka?
He is, according to what he told me.
Because I actually somebody
said here, Jojo Baka then live together when you were going to cathedral.
He said he's not seeing her.
This is my friend. We both work for the University of Liberia.
Someone sent me a message just now and said that.
The doctor is back. Dr. Cheney.
It's good that Lester is back on.
Yeah, go ahead, Kehleboe. Welcome, Professor Kehleboe.
Kehleboe, how you doing?
Go ahead. For me, I will wait to hear from you because the Gongloe were accused of bringing division in Nimba. I want to hear the position of the Gongloes.
The response is delayed. Lester, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm hearing you.
Oh, we haven't spoken for a few weeks now. But it's good that we meet on this platform. I follow the show through personally, I didn't want to come on this show, even though I'm a panelist here. But you said some things that actually caught my attention, for which I'm here tonight. You talk, I respect your view on whatever view on Nimba, but you spoke specifically Gongloe family trying to divide Nimba. And I came here to set the record straight, because I think you're trying to dive into issues that you think really maybe your mission to accomplish, that you have limited or no knowledge, probably I should say zero knowledge about. Lester, I can challenge you tonight. You cannot show, or your sender cannot prove through documentary evidence, whether it is radio, whether it's Facebook post, whether it's even meeting in a form, that any Gongloe has called for the division of Nimba. You cannot. If you do that, I will give you $5,000. I'm putting that price up. If you do that, anybody does that. What you can prove, however, is Councillor Gongloe and Councillor Zaideki have written many times on the history of Nimba and how Nimba can be united. There's no Gongloe on record anywhere has done that. Now, you try to dabble into.
I come in. Let me hold you there. Are you trying to openly challenge that what Mr. Tenny said They are all blatantly
I know the
compounded.
basis of this information. Jeremiah can give me this information. You can't see this. He's a good friend. Yeah, and I talk most of the time. I mean, we used to talk most of the time, you know. So, and he knows that we've had a series of conversations. Tonight, I'm shocked that Lester said he was not related to Boyka when you ask him. Because I follow the show. It's contrary to what he told me that Jojo Boyka, Jacob Akoli, all of them stay with Boyka. He told me this. There's something I know to be acknowledged. Joe Boyka that is younger, he can go to him. Boyka can consult him. These are things he has told me as a friend personally. I'm pushed against the wall to maybe disclose some of these things, but I'm not even going to go further than that. He's a good friend. We know each other. We both work for the University of Liberia for years. We discuss problems and challenges facing the University of Liberia. We know each other. So I'm not going to maybe go deeper than this. But I just want to make the record straight that his sender, Jeremiah Kun, gave him the wrong information. And the question I'm going to ask, but he's not on the show now, because I want to take him on to compare and for Thomas Fala. I want to ask Lester about his view of Thomas Fala. Is Thomas Fala an honest man or a corrupt man? Let him answer that. When he answer that, I'll compare him with Jeremiah Kun. Because Thomas Fala and Jeremiah Kun are part of the elite state capture.
Including Boyka.
These are guys who are got wealthy in the country because they use their position to get wealth. I want to take the debate to Lester on that. Let's zero in on that. What is his view of Thomas Fala vis-a-vis Jeremiah Kun? And I dare him answer that question with honesty. But I'll wait for him to come by.
Okay, don't hold your breath. But if he comes back, you come back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a very interesting show. We have actually unearthed a lot of discrepancy, and it is the audience, because I, as a graduate student, I know not even graduate student, if you are transferring or you are asking for admission, I enter the university and you are a foreign student, they will ask you to send your credential to an approved agency where they will do the credential certification. And then that will go to the university to make their decision. No student will take their official transcript. There is no such thing as, unless, like you say, in Liberia, those are who grew up in the West, that's not how it is done. And I would surely want to say, that's not how it is done in the Liverpool, because I'm on the Liverpool website and it says what Dr. Taney is saying is not correct. So he said, through maybe the Red Cross or the other agency where he was, may have intervened. If that is the case, he was expelled from the University of Liberia. He doesn't have an official transcript. If he even got an official transcript, it does not have a degree posted. He did not complete, he did not graduate from the university. So we leave that to the audience, to those of you who have gone to school abroad, you know the process. But Pewee, we got 15 minutes here. Let's call the gentleman in the back. Let's see if we can take some calls. Myean, are you guys ready for some calls? Are you set up and ready for calls?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Sorry, man. My phone went out of current. I had to plug it to an electrical socket. What is it my Lena colleague was saying?
Kehleboe, go ahead.
I'm here.
I'm right here.
Dr. Tanner.
I'll take you out the glove. No Lena colleague.
Dr. Tanner.
So I accept the challenge, and I will present an evidence where there was a bill at plenary where Kehleboe Gongloe was a legal representative of a group calling for the division of Nima County. I will present that evidence, maybe tomorrow.
So you don't have that evidence now? You don't have that evidence?
Lester.
But he just asked for the evidence. He said, Tony, I'm following politics in Liberia. I know of all the occurrences that occur here.
not going to sleep tonight because I'm so joyful for that. Because you know what? You know the person who presented that bill, who offered the bill, is Samuel Koga.
Oh, now we agree that there was a bill.
It was Samuel Koga elect, the senator elect.
So you agree now there is a bill.
Oh, there's a bill. But you know,
so you also agree that Kehleboe Gongloe was a lawyer for that bill.
No, it's not true. It's not true. There was
okay. No, we're going that small. We're getting that small.
Oh,
we get there.
What are you guys talking? I'm talking about something I know. Do you know Samuel Koga?
I'm also speaking of something that I know. So I will produce where he was the lawyer for that bill.
No, produce it.
All right.
I will
proceed.
I promise you. What are you talking about? Councillor Gongloe is never a lawyer for that. First of all, he's part of the eminent the other council of Nimba. The other council of Nimba has an established position. So he's never going to be part of that. And besides, follow his writing. But let me just go into some of the things you didn't understand. You try to telescope different conflicting issues, opposing issues together. You know, as an economist, that means you are a student of science or normal science. So for you to say the statement you made here that nobody can pretend about the money issue, you need to spend money to win. I will give you an analogy. If you have to practice for a running race, and one person starts to practice for 5 days or 7 days, I should say, 1 week before the race, another person practice or exercise for 3 days, and the both person go in the race, and the person who practice for 7 days win, but the margin of victory is narrow. Observers should sit back and say, had that person gone the same 7 days exercise or practice or rehearsal, it would have been a competitive race. It would have been different. The outcome would have probably been different. Yes, I agree it's a counterfactual argument to make, academically, but that is a scenario. If somebody is doing a race and spending $30,000, but somebody is spending $2 million or $250 million Liberian dollar in a race.
200 what?
250 million Liberian dollar.
Kehleboe, you know what is 250 million? You're a mathematician. You know what is 250 million Liberian dollar?
It's what Queen spent in Nimba. I know it.
How can my dear brother, 250 million Liberian dollars, $250 million.
That is what Queen spent in Nimba.
How can Queen didn't even spend that money in the national election? How can he spend that money in Nimba?
What are you talking about?
So you are trying to portray the Nibadian as gullible people to an extent that who bought all of them? Is that what you're saying?
Let me tell you this.
Let us hypothetically agree to your number. Are you denigrating the whole Nima Council to be gullible? That Kun is able to buy every one of them? Hey man, don't do that to the people of Nima, my brother.
I did not say Kun bought Nima people. I said he spent money on the election. Okay? And like in your own argument, you say
who are the ones that voting? Are anybody voting?
So let me tell you now, Lester.
The people from Lofa didn't come to vote.
I don't know whether we're going to understand each other.
No, but the way you presenting the case itself is scary, right? You said he spent 250. Let us use your word. He spent $250 million.
Yes.
How did he spend the money on acquiring votes he got? And that's the analogy.
Logistics.
Because for him to have won, he exhausted 200. Hey, by the way, how do you quantify that? How did you get it? How did you arrive at that number?
Well, people around him said it, that they brought in that much in the country to spend.
Oh, but then I thought it was a serious data. But if that ESA data, then I will excuse you. I will excuse you for that.
Lester, how do you?
I will excuse you for that because divide 250 million Liberian dollars by the exchange rate. Are you saying I could spend over 25 million US dollars in Nima and Lungu?
Lester, I will say this to you. I'm not a finance officer for Jeremiah Kun, right? If people around here come to somebody and say, hey, this is how much my boss brought in the country for this issue.
No, Kehleboe.
We take that
That analogy is wrong. If somebody told me Kehleboe cannot integrate or differentiate an equation, I don't have to physically see you doing an equation that you don't know how to define. I would say that's a lie because Kehleboe is a mathematician.
So
you are a student of numbers. You are a student of numbers.
I have the capacity. Who does have the capacity? But let me ask you this question.
But why? I mean, the extent to which one affect Torian.
Let me ask you this question. You are the guest, so we have to ask question. I'm a pan on this. How do you see Thomas Fala accumulation of wealth under the CDC government? Is he an honest man, Thomas Fala?
Let's stick to Nima.
No,
we want Nima now. We'll go to Lofa later on. Let remain Nima for some time.
I'm gonna tell that. I want to compare Thomas Fala acquisition of wealth because you said
we won't go across.
I'm not aware of Thomas Fala wealth. Neither am I aware of Jeremiah Kun's wealth. They have never disclosed. Huh?
Are you aware of President we are on?
The man have full publication of his
Mr. Murder, are we still taking calls?
Yes, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to make this a dialogue between. We got 15 more minutes here. Mr. Gongloe, we got 15 minutes here.
Yo, man, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I want Lester to be honest here. For him not to say the vice president of the Republic of Liberia published his asset declaration. And Lester explained that you didn't see it.
No, I would not say that I didn't see it.
Okay.
My argument is not that I didn't see it.
Okay, but what he possessed, he published it. His net worth is $7 million. How did he accumulate that?
Kehleboe, 1 minute, please.
Jeremiah Kun have been a businessman from time immemorial, from the 90s. Jeremiah Kun have been trading in vehicles from Liberia to Togo. I mean, from Togo to Liberia, Ghana to Liberia.
Yes.
Okay, guys.
No. Kehleboe, no. Then you are derailing the discussion. Yes, man, I've been in business for over 30 years.
It's not true.
One of his property was being used by the United Nations when they first came. You know that?
Dr. Tini.
No. You see, when people question other people's wealth, they need to be very, very accurate on how the data is presented. This man have been doing business for the last 30, 35 years.
Dr. Tini.
You don't know something. What the likes of Kun and Thomas Fala they have been doing, the CDC people, because in fact, it was not CDC that Jeremiah.
I don't know about Thomas Fala wealth. I don't know about Kun's wealth. All I read is their publication. I have never gone to verify either of them wealth. But for the record, Jeremiah Kun have been a businessman from time immemorial, and you know that, Kehleboe, you know that.
Whatever business, disclose it. Whatever business.
Mr. Kehleboe, 1 minute.
He wasn't for the one I know is the transportation business. You to buy car from Togo.
Dr. Tini.
Drive it to Liberia and sell. You don't know that?
What is the profit margin on that?
Listen.
What is the profit margin?
Dr. Tini.
Buying car is not enough. What is the profit margin?
Mr. Kehleboe, I got one question for Dr. Tini. You said, first of all, you said
how many people talking now? You talking, Kehleboe talking, so one person should talk.
Dr. Tini, I know you misspoke when you said Koga won by 62%. It's not true. This is
I said 52,000 or 52,000, not 62%. You know the problem is you don't even know arithmetic, so that's your problem, gay man.
Because I just want to make
sure. No, your problem is you don't know arithmetic.
No, listen to this. I want to make sure that we are clear that he won by 52% and not 62%. Now, the last question to you is: you said you cannot speak on other people's wealth that you are not verified. Have you verified just we have wealth?
Oh, we leave Nima now. We're going to Josh. We are.
No. I mean, I'm following the logic. You said you cannot verify Thomas Fala's well because you are not verified. You don't know about his well. So if that is the logic, have you verified?
Wait, by the way, gay man. The issue about asset and wealth accumulation is a personal endeavor. We who are spectators to these numbers only read about them. Going forward with the issue of we are. Going forward with the issue of we are. You ask about we are.
We don't. We agree.
Okay,
that's
good.
A simple answer. We agree. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Lester Turner have been with us. Doc, we are very, very appreciative of you being here for.
And y'all keep draining my battery. I don't know who will pay for that.
Listen, I
live in. I live in cool package.
No, Dr. Turner, you said this was the best government since J.J. Robert time. Everything is fine. So how come you ain't got light?
No, what are you looking at? I can't know you looking at in my house. I said my phone went all of current. It doesn't mean I don't have light.
That's so you got solar panel in your house. I've been in your house.
Okay, guys. Doc, will you take one or two questions, if possible?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, guys, in the back, if you have, we got time for only 3 questions, guys. If you have questions, that's fine. If not, then we'll have to ask the doctor for his parting words. He's been very kind. He took our questions. It was very debatable, but he stood his time. Doc, we want you to come back. Let's do this. It was beautiful. My first time meeting you. I have no
I'm coming back with the communication where Nyenwolo Gongloe was the legal representative of the bill that called for the division of NIMA.
And I tomorrow, right? That's good. We'll be here tomorrow, right?
I will bring that communication. I will bring that document.
When?
Tomorrow. Did I say next year?
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Hey, guys. Myean, if you guys are in the back, I know you got to go home. It's almost 1 o'clock there. Almost 1 o'clock your time there. Want to make sure you get home safely. If we have no questions, we will ask our guest for his parting comments. Doc, go ahead.
So you see, it is about time that we bury the hatchet in NIMA. People who are from NIMA should now realize that NIMA is stronger and powerful as a political subdivision of the country. It is very important that we maintain unity in the county, irrespective of the recent election. There should be people who are of progress should be caught up blind on the issue of tribes. That's by the fact that people vote on the basis of tribe. And my last advice to Edith. She's a very honorable lady. I advise that she join the winning team next time to enable her represent the people of NIMA.
And which was the winning team?
Of course, the Unity Party. Who else will be the winning team? Joseph Boga, Jeremiah Kuhn, they are the winning team.
Okay. Thank you.
And I want my friend get a food.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is, as a professor, you telescope conflicting concepts together and it causes conflict for your listener. In a constitutional democracy, everybody has a right to participate. The erroneous notion that people like you and who them pushing NIMA is that when you have dissenting view, it means you're against NIMA unity. There can be unity in diversity, and which is true. And unity in diversity is the best unity, where you respect each person's view. Okay, let's talk.
And that has been the position of Jeremiah Kuhn.
No, nothing. No, it's not true. Kuhn has a movement now that he's funding with a lot of money called a One NIMA movement that nobody should contest. Did you listen to this guy during the campaign?
Well, are you aware that Kuhn supported Yantuan against the very Kuka last election?
Let me tell you. Can you
he was not divisive at that time? Kehleboe, he was not divisive when he supported Yan against Kuka?
Can you show me where Kuhn was in NIMA campaigning for Yan? He never stepped on NIMA.
Then you are not being fair to the discussion.
He did not.
Kuhn support even Yan admitted that in his victory speech. He acknowledged the involvement of Jeremiah Kuhn. Don't say that.
Lester Turner, he supported him. He did not go to sit in NIMA to campaign like he did this.
But there are different layers of support.
For example, the whole team of
okay, guys.
Support
Kehleboe,
is debatable because
gentlemen, hey guys, the guys have closed. Doctor, thank you very much.
So you
all right.
The young man in the back, they have to go home. Let's get this going. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing that that letter tomorrow from Gongloe supporting the divided Nimba. If nothing else to say, let's say Mr. Pewee. No, Pewee, you the last because you were there. The newcomer, Kehleboe, where you? Yeah, go ahead. Wait, say you came on last in, first out. You're closing.
All right. So let me make this clear. You know what Marco and his surrogates are doing, which is a very dangerous thing, and I believe it will backfire on him in 2029. The argument he's putting for surrogates like Lester, who has little knowledge, zero knowledge on Nema politics, is putting this idea that in your constitutional democracy, when you oppose him, it means you are against the unity of Nema. No one, whether it's Lofa or Nema or Bon or any country in Liberia, no one who will consider themselves citizens of that country is opposed to the unity of the people. Or any ethnic group, no one is opposed to the unity of the ethnic group. No. What people don't understand is in a modern system that we have, it's now a chieftaincy or governance system. People have the right to aspire, to dream, to say, oh, I'm going to do this. The business that Kun has got himself in, where he tell, oh, I told Garrison, you sit down, we'll find you relating to AEC. Oh, I told you they're going to go sit down. I told Mike Blunt, sit down. That is a dangerous thing. This is not how leaders behave. This is actually how dictators behave. Kun is increasingly becoming dictatorial in how he treats and relates to others. You know, what he's showing is just his criminal tricks. Like he and Thomas Fowler did that as well. That is what Kun is showing here today and in Nema. And he's beginning to pull the likes of Lester with little, zero knowledge on Nema politics to come and confuse the public. No Nema citizen. I'm not against Kun, but I'm for Liberia. And personally, given his record, parallel with Thomas Fowler, I don't think he's paid. But this is the same guy who felt that Georgia was fit to lead the country and the financial country.
Myean, please move the results.
So I'm troubled, and I question his judgment politically on this matter and on many things.
Thank you. Myean, please move the NDC. There you go. Ahmed.
He's off.
Oh, Ahmed is in Liberia. Ahmed, you got LEC problem? Okay. Myean.
Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. Pewee, you're closing, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a good show. You know, the closing argument always will entertain people from diverse political background, from all sides of the political persuasion. It's part of the responsibility we have to do those things and listen. And we've never, personally for me, I've never come with this know-all attitude. I'm willing to learn. We've started this process ever since, extended our own pores in different capacity, if you will. But the difference here is that we should be tolerant to allowing other people to come and add their view. This issue about speaking about this transparency thing and equity and the rest of that, the reason why we saw us moving to push Mr. Tenney to on most of those things about fraud and other things he spoke about other individuals and try to ask him about himself and to further talk about his own credentials. It's part of the process of being transparent. But if he were to come out and state that Mr. Weah and other people are corrupt, and I know that is not true. I know that is because of personal hate and other people are angels, right? It's quite unfortunate. that is what I want to refer to as scripted hypocrisy, right? And believe we don't have to come and say, and that's one of the reasons why I will never come out and say Gima is corrupt or Lester is corrupt if I don't have realistic evidence to prove this. If I'm dragged to court in any court of competent jurisdiction, right? That's why I always come and say this person is allegedly involved in this and that, because I haven't gotten the definitive documentation, if you will, to prove that this person is this. But for sometimes he'll come up some of his podcast, he'll come up raw and say some very, very difficult thing to even for the naked eye and the ear to have to see or the ear to listen to. Is difficult for even kids like the former president. Some of the descriptions are very graphic. Those very graphic descriptions, So, but today he's referring to this government that is struggling as the angelic government. He said the best government ever in the history of Liberia. So left now also understand here that it's quite unfortunate. I didn't even know that people that consider themselves intellectuals can themselves be opportunistic in some manner. It's quite unfortunate, right? But to condense other government administration and come and say this government, trust me, I'm struggling to process this tonight, and it's going to be some difficulty to take a sleep because it is very unfortunate. So next time, what we come and say, I know all the things you've been saying, but you came and say, hey, Safwa, that's a young lady that took over the oil company in Liberia, initiated a policy that today the oil company is about to get a brand new bid. It came from her thought process because she thought outside the box. Her extraordinary leadership brought to bear those things. The product of the new bidding, the putting up today, was part of the work she did. And when we are appointed, you don't have to be someone that did oil and gas, basically, to be a good manager of the National Oil Company of Liberia. Quite unfortunate. This is a body that does the regulatory process have been shifted and all things. But the role you play in terms of bringing stewardship, very productive and effective stewardship to bear is what that matters, right? But again, the whole debate just got diluted today with the comment that this is the best government in Liberia, opposed to the government I even work in other situations. But again, it will all bow down to the question I'm asking. You got some. You live with this current president, and that's one of the reasons why it gives you even more appetite to attack the former president and praise the president that you live with. That is equally so not doing nothing. Even the former president did far much more better things in terms of transforming the country than what he's currently doing. And you try to come and say that, it's quite appalling.
I will interrupt you.
I'm going to encounter some difficulty. I'm going to encounter some difficulty in processing this thing as we move on. And let me conclude by this. What I stated here about the double dipping process, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not an employee of the university, I have not been one, but I do understand the administrative structure of the university as to how they carry on their teaching methodology. So double dipping process is very important. And that's why they said they're going to have part-timer, if you are a full-fledged employee of any ministry, of civil servant, fully employed of the government of Liberia, you can, if you want to take courses on the university campus, you go moving as a part-timer. And the part-timer process got a limitation. At the limitation of the part-timer, you take 3 courses at a time, 3. And then that's the structure of how they put the whole thing. You take 3 courses at a time, which is, of course, you get paid $100 per course and run through that semester, you move through the system. But you cannot be actively employed full-time with the government of Liberia and be fully also employed with them, because the University of Liberia is also being sponsored by the national budget of the government. So that's why the PFM identified that one of the serious issues about fraud and the other thing about people taking one individual, sometimes taking 3 pay agreement. Is that okay for a system? One individual taking 3 legal salary is quite unfortunate and counterproductive towards our forward march. This is not an issue that anyone need to come from nowhere to say this to us. But again, today is the time we come and sit and justify that, because it is happening to us, but we want to condemn other people that have not even been caught in said practice or practices to see them as those kind of a demagoguery attitude got to stop. And that's why I'm going to end tonight.
Ahmed, are you still there? Ahmed? Okay, I guess Ahmed has gone. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Pewee and Kehleboe, I have to say this to you. In his closing remark on one of the team, he says, I weep for the future of the country because of the lack of morality. That's Dr. Tenney. And for Dr. Tenney to look me in the eye and everybody else and say, he only slept in the house, but he didn't live there. How in the world can you look at intelligent people and say, yes, I slept in the house, but I didn't live there? And then you turn around when we are talking about double dipping and conflict of interest. He said, they hire me as a consultant and I'm going to clean house, to clean the place. So this is a man who has accused them, for he says here, the fraud committed at the university is carried out by administrative faculty, and he's going to clean house. So this is a man with an ulterior motive that have looked at other people, accused them for what he think they are, and he says he's going after them. Then he turned around and said President Weah is corrupt. But then when you ask him about Thomas Fala, he says, I don't have definitive proof that he's corrupt. But do you have definitive proof about President Weah?
Zero.
Zero.
So you see the thing I say is Weah got why was normal condominium, but Thomas Fala got university.
That's
Thomas
correct.
Fala got all these other properties.
So these are the contradictions we are talking about. You have a
that
college.
tells you the kind of integrity man he is.
And then and the justification he gave for Kun on the Wharf is that he bought car.
Yeah, he was selling car.
But what is the margin of profit on the car? Used car.
Well,
that goes over his drive with so many mileage on it. Maybe you just making $500 profit on it. That the one would make you to get $7 million asset cash.
It's all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was great talking to you. Let's do this again tomorrow.
Fly in Liberia, so
let's do this again tomorrow. Myean,
who coming tomorrow?
Thank you.
No guest tomorrow?
No, let's not say he coming.
Left us he's bringing the document tomorrow.
Oh, the document?
Yeah, he's bringing the document.
So, guys, let me tell you guys, before we close, let me give you a short brief. I'll be very brief. There's a guy called Medrick Gonti, and I believe you may know him. Medrick Gonti, there's another guy called Morris Way. He works at the Elections Commission. He's a other chief officer for Josephine Gay, one of the commissioners. But he works for her. I don't know his actual title. He and other people, they even spoke with me at the time. They decided that, look, all the counties in the southeast and all the smaller counties, when it comes to county development fund, it's a political money. In the budget, it's like $200,000 or $300,000. They give to each county equally, right? They don't say big county, Lofa will get this much, or Nima will get this, or Bon will get that. Small county and big county, because it's voted upon at the legislature, they all receive equally. Listen. Nima, in terms of our population, we are big. If we split Nima into two, we'll still be the single amount of people, right? But we have 6 senators. We have 6 senators, and we have
you have four
senators. 4 senators.
4.
They split into 3. That's 3 counties now.
Oh, you want Nima to be 3?
Yeah, because in terms of the population and the size.
No,
that was a proposal, right? Okay. So Medrick Gonti was the chair of that group. Who did they take that proposal to? They spoke with me to join them. I said no. In as much as the logic people are having is politically sound, that you will get more senators, you have this. I don't want to be a part of that.
I just being greeted. Anybody can be something greeted, man.
So they took that proposal to Honorable Samuel Koga. Honorable Samuel Koga submitted as a bill, and he wrote a letter to plenary and submitted. They read it, and when they read the bill for the first time, they sent to committee room, right? When they sent to committee room, Prince Johnson, as chairman of the caucus, because he and Samuel Koga never used to pull, right? As chairman of the caucus, he talked with other representative, and that bill never left the committee room up to this time, right? So this is the only attempt so far on record at the legislature that has happened. The other history that people may not know, under Charles Taylor, you know, Nimba is big, but it's kind of long like this. So Tapeta district used to be considered the headquarters of Lower Nimba, then Sanukule considered the headquarters of what? Upper Nimba.
Upper Nimba.
So during Charles Taylor time, the Lower Nimba guys, you know, from Tapeta district predominantly, who were close to, or most of them were, you know, big guys in Taylor government. They went to Taylor and said, we want county status. Taylor agreed to it. He said, okay, y'all go get a petition, and once it's signed, I will sign. That county was going to be named, I think, there's a Lawazua County. So there is a mountain in our district, Yaomeson district, District 9. It's called Zua Mountain. Then there is a mountain in Tabata, I think, Lawe too, out of River Lawe. So the country was going to be, it was not going to be called Lower Nimba, it was going to be called Lawazua County. The Tabata, Bo, and Kuda district people, they signed the petition, all the elders and the chiefs, they signed. When it came to District 9, Yaomeson district, our district, Councillor Gongloe and others said, no, we want to remain with Nimba. We don't want a separate county. Even though we are all the same amount of people, we still be united, but we don't want to be part of the smaller county. So because our district refused to sign, that bill died. It never went to. So we have a history. Yaomeson has a history of fighting against this. So people who don't even come from Nimba don't even have that appreciation of what we have played. Today.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes, Tabata district always won that.
Let me ask the question quickly, and I do believe that, and what you just said, someone said to me last, one of my Nimba friends, I told him the same, start laughing. I said that's being greedy, and that's why we got to put a feeding. And why you want to divide one Nimba into three? Say okay, then we'll all have three senators. That's just been absolutely greedy, and that's why it even send wrong signal to the rest of the country, right? But let me ask you this question: do you eventually see Nimba being divided?
Where?
That's between 9 and 10 years.
I don't see it possible. You know the reason? The political elite, Nimba, like other countries, I don't know about other countries, but let's speak on Nimba. Nimba is experiencing state capture. And I will explain myself what I mean elite capture, rather. Elite capture. They are elite in the government, and also I would say both state capture and state and elite capture. There's a powerful businessman in Nimba called Flo Toma. He's actually captured the officials in the country. Anything Flo Toma wants, it passes. Any government contract he wants, yeah. So that's elite state capture right there. And I mean that's state capture. The elite state capture, that the elite that come like the late Prince Johnson and others, they tend to benefit to sell this grandiose idea. Nimba our population. If Nimba, we are, in fact, they call themselves, some people refer to Nimba as electoral college erroneously because there's nothing like electoral college in Liberia. And when they say Nimba like electoral college, they don't understand what electoral college means, but they use that anyway. They're trying to sell the idea that, wherever Nimba goes, Liberia goes, right? Which is, politically true. But
this coming elections, trust me, and we're gonna have a lot of different strategies coming out to the system. From the past record, I just unfolded recently the election result. Trust me, if the Nimbayans want to push, if the Kun is contesting and they want to push that, Nimba are the so-called, sorry to say the nonsense they're talking about electoral college, they push that, there can be a strategy deployed to counter them. And if that strategy work against them, trust me, Kun going to be in limbo. And that's why I'm still saying to people here, the people of Nimba will have to be very mindful how they approach the 2029 elections, because many people are seeing them to believe that they're trying to prove that without them, no one can be president in Liberia. No, it's not possible. It's something that Without them, we can still have a president. Seriously, you can defeat anyone. The strategy is very clear. If you push that, the entire Southeast will go, and you just need to get the Western cluster, and that's a point in time you have to go and deploy a campaign mentor to move on. Nothing major they're doing in the country to say the people are bombing, Bapoli going to do. The people are still living abject poverty. The people are still having difficulty in having access to their funds. The roads are not pliable. The conditions are harsh, right? So the people are not. There's nothing major you're doing for the people. There's no major health system. The school system is very poor. There's no work being pushed back to the people in terms of agriculture or the rest of those things. So you can't come and say you deploy a means of saying electoral college. No. Remember this. There are other non-Guar minors that have found themselves in Nimba. And the way the Nimba is, particularly the Guar, portray other tribes, the minority tribe, the Mandingos, and other the crime, the few minority tribe is bad. So if those people game also against you, and you believe you got a Nimba candidate, because if you don't have a Nimba candidate, we're going to deploy the. That I think I come out in campaign. The same way recent time the vice president was saying at travel times, we can deploy nothing to scare the people or bring a Nimba candidate also. So they have to be very mindful. They cannot monopolize this kind of a negative strategy deployment process. Right? It's clear. You can open the room in the process. So that all push that the right person be elected and stop these things. Or that we all got a means to ensure that a Nimba person cannot win the coming election. We've got a means to deploy those strategies also to push those funds. So the best way to do is the best person should be the president of Liberia. If the person is from Nimba,
for me,
that's the person is from wheresoever in the country.
Okay, guys, Myean got to go home.
Is it possible where we talk with our event live in Liberia? And it can be online?
No, not
okay.
because
let's end the show. Let Myean
okay, guys, I will make sure we get that so we can talk behind the scenes.
Yeah, but German, you can call me.
Okay.
I'm still looking for that agricultural help.
Okay. They Gongloe imagine power now. You think Gongloe. You smell it. I need Gongloe. You smell it, but you not get it. Trust me. When the time you see the strategy, right? And these are the things that will make people scared to get you power. You make people think on things. Don't say something online. Gongloe, stop it.
What are you talking about? Why you say Gongloe?
Gongloe said Jeremiah.
No, he said Jeremiah Cool, the next president.
No problem. He said no if or answer.
Yeah, but that the man right to express it now. For me, that's my argument. Anybody should have right to say what they want to say, and nobody should talk against it. Like you say your own, I say my own. That's what our constitution guarantees, right? In a constitutional democracy, the right to hold opinion, the right to choose is fundamental. It's a constitutionally protected right. And for me, we can have unity by protecting each other and respecting each other in that manner. That if I say, for example, I let Jeremiah Kun, and somebody does not let Jeremiah Kun, or I say I let Prince Johnson, somebody does not let Prince Johnson, that person also has a right to say, I don't like this person. I should not go and chastise that person because they don't agree with me.
We understand
that mentality we need. Now, I'm not talking to you, Gamer. I'm talking to some of these listeners.
Great. Okay, guys, let's talk. Myean, we'll see you tomorrow, guys. Let's log off. See you tomorrow. May you come here on time.
Okay.